notes that we can't avoid some hard decisions the council and the province and the community will have to make in the near, not medium or distant future. And flowing from that observation is that collective conundrum that we're in, and that is that there is an undeniable need for a fundamental reorganization of the financial relationship between the city and the province of Manitoba, and a reorganization of the nature, type, and kind of revenues to which the city should have access in order to discharge its responsibilities. And the budget's own document makes reference to that, and I quote, "Methods used to balance the budget, such as the one-time transfers from reserves and asset sales, are nearly exhausted. The city also faces a significant infrastructure deficit and needs to prioritize spending," end quote. There simply is no way within the existing fiscal regime to enable cities, and that's a problem that plagues not just the city of Winnipeg, but all major centers right across this country, to meet the demands that our communities need to have addressed. And so once again, we see in this budget being forced to play a little bit of the shell game, transferring, for example, in 27, the revenues of the dedicated fund for local and regional streets to the operating budget, and using the provincial strategic infrastructure funds to backfill those funds. And I don't need, therefore, to remind this committee how tentative the revenue and funding scenario truly is. The 2% annual hike implemented in 2013 and 14 was to have been dedicated to the renewal of our local and regional streets, and yet without increasing that amount, its use has been expanded to cover bridges, active transportation, road safety, restoring the tree canopy, investment purposes never contemplated in the original plan objectives. And further, the multi-year funding model, which was recommended by the department in 23, only partially adopted by council, proposed reducing that to 2%, but only because the demands for services are so pressing on the city across the board. To our knowledge, there is no current forecast or asset management projection nor critical path that illustrates how we reach the goal of getting our local and regional streets in good condition citywide. And to enable our transportation network to continue supporting our economy and continued growth, to continue supporting and serving personal, commercial, recreational, and related needs, we have to address this as a community. We cannot keep putting off addressing the last estimated 1.9 billion investment deficit in streets, or the estimated 1 billion deficit for bridges. We need to consider what that new funding model might look like to provide revenue streams that are adequate to the service responsibilities of the city. An obvious first place is to partner efforts between the city and province, and by extension Ottawa, through a shared economic growth strategy, harnessing investment to grow the economy, to generate the required revenue streams. Think new fiscal deal. And as Mayor Gillingham rightly notes, and others on council, that new fiscal deal must deliver to the city an immediate ROI on its investments in economic growth. Mindful, therefore, of all of the above, we offer 3 recommendations. The first, building on the progress of the existing plan, activate the committed to working group, industry council, and public works to study a new or revised funding model for the local and regional street system, one which provides stable, predictable investments. Secondly, update the condition and needs assessment of the system, the life cycle and replacement costs, along with a service level expectation of our street system. And lastly, harness the existing and evident public support to press the provincial government to engage in bilateral new fiscal deal discussions. These are steps that are long overdue. They are steps that are necessary. They are steps that have been discussed in this and the council chamber over the last number of years. And we look forward to continuing to work collaboratively with council and the mayor to try to find resolution to these challenges. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll start with Councillor Chambers. Question?
Thank you for the presentation, Chris. over the last little while, there has been that note from the public in terms of our roads. Our city is growing, so it's new roads. Our city is 150 years old, so it's repairing, the old roads that are come into disrepair. But I guess the balance or the trick is, in terms of our roads, and you do mention it here on page 2, where you talk about trying to find that balance of the materials used in building the road, the amount of volume there is on that road, our climate that has an impact on that road, and then how long can we get use out of it. You talk about the service level expectation of our local and regional roads. And that to some degree dictates what kind of investments that we make in it. I know that's been a challenge over the last little while in terms of, are we purchasing or paying for Mercedes-Benz roads when we should be looking at Cadillac roads in terms of those costs? And again, how long do we expect those roads to last? Again, citizens in my ward, residents in my ward do talk about roads. They also talk about the amount of construction that happens as we're repairing our roads, which, roads aren't fixed in a vacuum, so to speak. So again, the investments that we're making in road construction, whether it's new, whether it's, replacement and fixing up, I believe that needs to happen. We want to make sure that people who are either driving or pedestrians or cyclists, that they're doing so safely. So investment in a road strategy is critical in making sure that as our city grows, we're ensuring to make those investments to make our road network easier to navigate and safe to navigate. So thank you for your presentation this morning. And again, I'm hoping to see more and more investments in our roads. Again, it will take construction to do, but the end result is safer roads as well as something that we can be proud of.
Okay, Councillor Eady.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Welcome to the committee today. We just started without
That
you.
was my first budget.
I know, exactly.
Mr. Lawrence, so since I was elected in 2010, there's been all this discussion about a new funding model, better way of helping to fund the city of Winnipeg in this province of Manitoba. But when I'm listening, I got my ear to the ground on provincial financial matters, federal financial matters. The current thing with the Fed is the deficit's way too high. We got to cut back. The province was down to, I think, a $1.3 billion deficit. That's not the debt, that's a deficit. And actually, you were a city council. How long has this effort from the city continued, and do you actually see in the short term some kind of new deal that's going to work so that the city has enough money for its infrastructure deficit?
Somebody mentioned that we're celebrating 150 years. I've been around a lot, but not for a full 150 years. I've been with the association for 33 years, and prior to that, 9 years as the City of Winnipeg councillor, and I am an eternal optimist. I think there has been great progress made by the City of Winnipeg, in my view, over the last 33 years. I'm not going to talk about my term in office, but I think there has been really good progress made by the city. For example, the City of Winnipeg, unlike senior jurisdictions across this country, has transparent reports that document the condition of the transportation system, the condition of its vertical assets, the need for investments, a timeline, a critical path. Council wisely, I think in the public view, introduced in 2013, the dedicated revenue stream. It has made a difference. There have been political pressures on those dollars. We understand that. That's the nature of public office and government. And so to try to, address some of those pressures, you've expanded the umbrella that you expect the 2% to cover. It's not a realistic expansion of that umbrella. At least you have not tried to fund bridges under that umbrella. That would frankly destroy the validity of the program. And you continue to update, which is again commendable, it's responsible, and it's consistent with asset management. You are, as the board of directors of this city, trustees of all of the assets that the public has invested in. And so council is to be commended for having that public and transparent discipline. I can't say the same thing about the provincial government, and that's not to level any criticism with the current provincial government. They were just elected in 23, and on that front, there have been some really important and positive steps made by that level of government. So to try to answer Councillor Eadie's question about optimism on new funding model, I think there is a growing recognition, not just within community and media, but I think with opinion leaders, people with influence on the shaping of public policy, on council and the mayor's office, that, as much as we have tried, as much as we have offered suggestions, as much as we have offered to take political flack for senior levels of government, the horse is dead, dismount the horse. The last effort was the one within this last year, with council asking the provincial government to authorize the introduction of a number of dedicated revenue streams, taxes. We cautioned against that approach because our assessment was that the current provincial government, having just been elected in October 23, went through a very difficult provincial election, during which the then governing party criticized it and alleged that if you elect it, it will be tax and spend. So no amount of cover would change the fact that the government would end up wearing the legislated approval of yet another stream of taxes. You have, in your own budget deliberations, seen the impact of no change to that financial relationship. You have nothing in your fiscal stabilization fund. You're forced to build it. You continue to face operating deficits. You continue to rely more than you should. And that's not, again, a criticism of the city. That's the nature of the fiscal relationship. You continue to rely more than you should on realty taxes. You don't have a menu of revenue streams that are robust enough to complement the realty tax revenues that you get. And so we're getting to the situation where the financial health of the city is becoming weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. And there is a breaking point. And I think there is a recognition now, finally, that that breaking point is upon us. And both the city of Winnipeg and the province of Manitoba, looking just at our provincial government, need to make some fundamental decisions. And from our perspective, a first step has to be not unlike a member-based association. You need to grow the number of members, because you cannot keep adding onto the shoulders of your existing members additional costs, even though those additional costs are real, not imagined, not ones that you are generating, but they are there because of circumstances in the economy. So how do you add members? You add members by growing the economy. The problem is that the city does not have a focus on economic growth. It does not have an economic growth strategy. It does not have senior executive or political leadership focusing on how we grow the economy, how we add members so that we have consistently more shoulders upon which to ask for revenues to fund the operations of the city. So the first step is let's acknowledge that. Let's acknowledge that. Let's institute a chief economic development officer at the level of the CFO and COO, make that individual the champion of all things economic growth, enable that policy with a standing committee mandated to examine, support, and champion and advance economic growth strategy. That's step number one, because you have to go to the province, not with please, sir, may I have some more? You need to be able to go to the province and say, we understand you're facing a financial dilemma. The way that collectively we can get out of this problem is by jointly participating and partnering in growing the economy. So that's step number one. Step number two, if we were to do it all over again on a blank sheet of paper, what would we ask the city to deliver? And what would we ask the province to deliver? That jurisdictional service responsibility review is long overdue. And once you have on that blank sheet of paper, civic services, provincial services at the bottom, then you can align revenue streams to fund those services. And the third step is, after having taken the first two, then we need to persuade the province, and I believe there is appetite on Broadway. We need to persuade the province to strike a subject matter expert group that says, having reviewed the services, having reviewed the projected revenue streams, this is what a new fiscal deal might look like, including consideration of the institution and implementation of income taxes. Move away from, perhaps get totally rid of realty taxes, piggyback on the already existing system with an income tax that's progressive on business and personal. And then you can start addressing transparently the contribution through ability to pay, which is objective. You can begin addressing those with lower incomes, which you can't really do through realty taxes. You can then have a fair system of taxation. And to those who say it can't work, it does. And it is working in thousands of cities in the United States and many more across the globe. And to those who say that you can't even do that kind of review, I'm sorry, that's wrong. In 2006, the province of Ontario actually struck that kind of task force. It took them 18 months plus minus. So in 2008, they were finished their work. They made a number of recommendations to the provincial government, but what happened and interfered then? The recession of 2008. And so the issue lost support.
Okay.
But the reality is the problem hasn't gone away.
Okay,
So those are the three steps that we need
I
to
just
take.
have
Okay, one more question,
just a
comment.
you brought this lot to the table, Mr. Warren, which is great. That is definitely a big picture. But I always like to point out something. At the city level, it's a balanced budget. And correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't real estate tax the stablest tax around?
I don't think any,
It is the stablest. I'm just saying.
I mean, we can.
Our forefathers decided
I'm not sure
property,
that I-
our forefathers decided on property taxes because it is the stablest tax. It's not totally stable, but it's the stablest and probably the most predictable.
Respectfully, I'm not sure I agree because there are far more communities, cities in the United States that are moving towards income taxes because realty taxes are regressive. Realty taxes don't provide you the flexibility to acknowledge those who have
Anyway,
less ability to pay the way that.
So good
income tax-
question, Ross.
It's
Good question.
it's a base. You just said the recession of 2008. Right?
But that's
That
not,
recession, well, it resulted because of real estate problems in the United States of America and the greed of people.
What's the
The
question?
property tax remained stabler than the income taxes and the value added taxes. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Councilor Chambers, you got a question?
Yeah, and to your point, as cities start to grow, and Winnipeg has experienced a growth of 65,000 people over the last 2 years that immediately have an impact on the services. but we don't see an immediate impact in terms of the collection of their property taxes if they're living in an apartment or or otherwise or with family. So having a revenue model that addresses the immediate needs of the city puts us at an equal footing in terms of being able to deliver on those services. You talk about sustainability of property taxes. Again, I have to argue with that on the basis that we're reassessing every couple of years, whereas a predictable income tax, I think, would be more
real time.
predictable and have an immediate have an immediate impact on the revenues that the city is able to use for services. So thank you for bringing that up, but again, it is a way, we have to look at a way of meeting our immediate needs as a city. The pandemic, drew down our fiscal stabilization to the point where if there is anything that comes subsequent within the next couple of years, and you're seeing all of these calamities around the world, our city will not be prepared if we don't recharge our fiscal stabilization fund. So a new model or a new revenue stream, it's what we have to look at going forward, because what we have now is not working. Don't disagree.
Well, okay, that was a good question. Thank you, Councillor Edie, on what the future holds. And thanks, Mr. Lawrence, for your comments on that. I do hold out optimism. We see cities across Canada basically in the same position that we're in. And I think, with the changes in the States and probably the federal changes, there's going to be a real focus on Canada's economy, and provinces are going to be, whether they like it or not, really going to have to focus even more on their economies. And Canada is one of the richest nations in the world. And I think there's a lot of opportunity here. We just have to get the right machine in place and move forward on that. Councillor Sharma?
Can I just,
Yeah.
before,
Yeah.
can I just say that council should give itself a bit of a pat on the back? Because if you take a look at the rate of realty tax increases in other major urban centers, they far outstrip anything that we witnessed in the city of Winnipeg. And that's in part because successive mayors and councils have focused, they don't get credit for it, but they have focused on finding efficiencies and trying to make a large organization that much more effective. You look at Toronto and the scale of the operating deficit in Toronto, it's ginormous.
Yeah.
You look at Calgary and Edmonton and the kinds of increases that they're looking at. You look at Vancouver and the kinds of realty tax increases, and Winnipeg 2.45. So it is a problem. The problem is real. The problem requires correction, but council also deserves some praise and positive comment for the manner in which over the last 10, 15 years, the finances have been managed.
I guess the one other thing I want to comment on is we're on a mission to have a new CAO come on board. And I think we're going to be looking at some big changes under a new CAO on how we structure the organization. And that very well may mean an economic development higher level.
You won't get more members into your organization unless you justify them coming, right? Mm-hmm. So you need to create that environment that welcomes economic development. Just look at Centerport.
Yeah.
Over the last 10 years, because the first 5 years were formational, over the last 5 to 7 years, 1.5 billion in private sector investment because the infrastructure services were invested in by that little community.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Sharma.
Thank you. Just on the heels of exactly that, Chris, the growing the economy, the importance of economic development. You didn't spend any time today talking about the Chief Peguis Trail extensions. I know you have in the past. We're expecting a report in the coming months on the cost benefit analysis, et cetera. Can you put comments on the record if that project still remains a priority important to our city and our province?
It absolutely is. And, I listened to arguments, for example, against the improvements to Kenaston. Keniston is not a new asset. It exists. Its design is being outstripped by the traffic volumes that are there. It is serviced at the north end by a bridge that doesn't have an infinite life cycle. It requires reinvestment. Pembina Highway enhancements to an existing asset. If you look at the vast majority of the city's capital program, it has been to reinvest in that which exists, not building new. Building new is done in new subdivisions, which is paid for by the developer and paid for by the community that buys homes. Chief Peguis Trail is an asset to the city. It's an economic instrument that is required. It will offset the kinds of pressures that we are now continuing to put on Main Street, on McPhillips, on Keewatin, on Leela, on Inkster, on Mountain, on Selkirk, that were never designed to carry the volumes of traffic. It will, people may laugh, people may smile, people may chuckle, but it's also an investment in a greener environment. Everybody knows start stop is not good. It's not good for fuel efficiency. It's not good for emissions. And just imagine what the south end of the city would be like without Taylor, without some of the major east-west corridors that provide service and mobility and direct transportation. The north end of the city, other than the Chief Peguis Trail east of Main Street, does not have that. The northwest part of the city is one of the fastest growing areas in the city. The Chief Peguis Trail is a key trade and transportation link. So it's not building for the sake of building, which we do not support. It is investing in our ability and capacity to grow, to support contiguous development, and have a transportation system that supports the objectives of the transportation plan, which include investment in economic growth. So it's a necessity. It's not an option.
Thank you, Chris, and more on that in the coming months. As I said, we're expecting a report, I believe, at this committee. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, let's wind it up on this delegation. One more question and we'll move on to the others.
It's two-parter. I mean, you
All right.
liked his economic thing, and he's talked about this restructure,
Yep.
Madam Chairperson. I just want some clarification. Again, managing the money that we do bring in establishing a economic development director. Would you be okay with us cutting funding to economic development Winnipeg and Yes Winnipeg?
Well, I think part of the discussion, let me answer it this way. The first thing that the city of Winnipeg, in my view, in our view, needs to do is create the Office of Chief Economic Development Officer. So that's part one. Part two, the role of EDW will become far clearer once you know what it is that your economic growth strategy is or could be or should look like. So right now, I don't see that, because the answer has to be murky, because you have to start off knowing that you have a commitment to growth and that you have a commitment to economic development.
And then
The role of EDW will clarify itself once you do the first.
Just to follow up though on that. So I hear about Centerport North. It's a great thing. It has resulted in huge investments. Without an economic development officer, this city of Winnipeg invested under our current mayor, is continual pushing, invested in infrastructure out to Centerport South, Airport West. We did that without an economic development officer. That's going to bring billions. Would you agree though, is that Chief Peguis Trail is probably an essential part of making that function, the Centerport South function in a efficient, effective way?
Spot on.
Pardon me?
Spot on. I totally agree.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out though, we have been doing investments, right? So. okay.
Yes, but again, to put that in context, were it not for the political determination of first Councillor Gillingham and Mayor Gillingham, that wouldn't have happened.
Oh, I
Rosser is five
supported it all
years,
the way.
5 years into the existence of Centerport, made the investments and look at the rewards. It's taken the city of Winnipeg 15 years and still no investment in South Winnipeg. Yes, it started, but it won't finish until next year.
I voted for that budget. Okay, so we're kind of centerporting off on another avenue here, but it's still relevant. So
Anyway, it's economics.
yeah, it's economic development. Really good. Okay, so thanks for your advocacy. Thanks for your input. Thanks for always being so accessible to call and give us your opinions. And yeah, thanks for coming down in person.
Thank you, and thank you for the good work.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk, our next delegation. Who is our next delegation?
Mr. Kelly Ryback.
Oh, Mr. Ryback. All right.
Okay, thank you. I'm hoping before you start the clock, I did present the PowerPoint that I hope I can do live. It's only a few slides. It's not the majority of my discussion. Hopefully. So,
Chris?
all right, first, but to start off, the PowerPoint comes a little later. What Chris just said, I agree with on several items, particularly when he spoke about traffic congestion. That throughout the city, there are areas of traffic congestion that need to be addressed. And I'll touch on it more later. Specific, I did also ask to speak to
Okay, have we
Darling.
started or are we?
Yeah, no, we can start now. I'll
Okay.
figure out the sharing of the
Or
screen.
you can wait till you get it hooked up and then we can start, whatever you want. Yeah, wait to get it hooked up because sometimes it takes time. Okay, here we go.
No, I'm sorry, I might need some assistance here because something disappeared. Yeah, I'm not sharing this right away.
No. So when the time comes, go in here, hit share screen, and then
Click on it and, yep, okay.
Yep.
Hopefully I don't have to call you back. Thank you. Okay, we can start.
All right.
Thank you. And I'll repeat that, what Chris Lawrence just says, I agree on many things, specifically, congestion, Chief Peguis, Caniston. And there are areas throughout the city where we have congestion problems and it's only going to grow if it's not addressed. And before I get into bike lanes, all the bike lane network fully connected is not going to address those connection issues. Earlier last year, when I was a delegate at the Climate Change Advisory Group headed by Councillor Mays, I said, we're not going to see 20,000 bikes going to work and school in our lifetime. And it's been proven in other jurisdictions that congestion just continues to increase, especially when you take away lanes and other actions to what we think is traffic calming or the congestion initiative to encourage people to take buses and use bikes or active transportation. It doesn't happen. And those have been documented. But I want to first speak to Arlington Street Bridge, that bridge needs to be built. The congestion on McPhillips and Salter is dramatically increased. It's a critical corridor. And based on what happens 5 years from now, 30 years from now, the bridge needs to be addressed now. Now going to the budget, I support buying, if you need buses now, I support you buying the diesel buses now. There are issues with battery electric and hydrogen fuel cells still require development. And I have a hybrid. I am not happy with my hybrid in cold weather. And for those that require full charging, the turnaround time is too long right now to be properly serviced with electric buses. If the recommendation to buy diesel, I endorse that. This next point, I'm speaking as a member of the Brands Old Mill Board, because there is a budget item in here that it's confusing because Brands Old Mill falls under the Standing Policy Committee of Community Services, but it's Public Works Buildings Fund. So I think it's yours. So,
I don't think so.
but it does state the public works park buildings. And that's where there's a $300,000. We needed that. I fought hard for that $300,000.
That municipal accommodation, but anyways.
Okay, I fought hard for that $300,000 because without it, number one, we lose a provincial grant of 300. We're actually, because we got it, we're saving the city 300 grand and allows us to start the restoration this year. So thank you for that, and I hope it stays in there come final vote. Now, the city is in dire straits. Very dire straits. So we're starting the year off with a $10 million deficit. There's $80+ million in the FSR that needs to be replenished over a period of time. The North End treatment plant is an issue, and there's a few shoes that have dropped on that in the last little while. Even the provincial gas tax reinstatement is costing the city $1 million extra this year compared to 2024. That was in the budget document. And water and waste fees haven't been released yet. And that's, it's a fee, but it's a tax. So we are facing more than 5.95%. And I hope, because it's beyond 3.5, my point is, let's spend the money wisely. And there are some, small budget items that I think could be adjusted. But one is, and you've heard me talk about this before, and when I say this, I'm not referencing Daniel Mack, Minarski, or Point Douglas. There are 1,631 flower pots in the city between St. James, Tuxedo, Charleswood, Westwood. There's 200. When you are in dire financial straits with a $29 million beautification budget and no reduction year over year, that's an opportunity to reduce some funding. That in 12 wards, if you reduce the quantity of flower pots by 30% and reduce the quantity per pot by 20%, it's a significant savings. And these flower pots, they get watered twice a week. They're pruned, they're planted, they're removed. So there are small things we could do. So, secondly, residential street sanding. I've spoken about this in the past. I live on a bay of 30 houses. We get sanded 15 to 20 times because me and a neighbor make a lot of noise about it. There's been a direction, don't sand our bay. So just this current winter season, our neighborhood has been sanded 7 times on residential streets. These are bays. 7 times. Our bay's been done 5. And the sanding truck drove around our bay in its course, but didn't even do our bay. And now I'm going to refer to the PowerPoint on this. Share. We're there? Okay, good. It worked. Just let me go to slideshow. December 12th, 13th. This is in front of my house. A big strip of sand. Right on it, we've got the feeder street. But just 4 houses down is a 4-way stop. Allard and Rouge Road. Glaring ice. All the bays in the neighborhood were sanded, but Allard, Rouge, Westwood Drive, all those were not. So what happens when I got sand on my bay that we don't need? This happens multiple times a year. Expand that through the entire city. I'm saying if we were to go to a P4 classification, here's an example of what I've highlighted are the bays, cul-de-sacs, small roads, just in Westwood and St. James. Those pink highlights could all be a new classification of P4 that instead of getting sanded 20 times a year, only need to be sanded at most 5. This year, with our 5 applications on our bay, we needed it once. And that was during the thaw-free cycle just before Christmas. There is no sand to be seen when we actually needed it. But then, of course, when there's a snowfall, we get compact snow. It's now safe again because compact snow is not slippery. 2 years ago, our bay only got done 5 times. We thought we were part of a pilot, but that wasn't the case. It was only in order because we make noise. I would encourage you, if you want to look for a sizable, it's not just a budget savings, but put the sand where it's needed. And the other benefits are less residential spring cleanup, less debris in the catch basins, which are getting clogged. But it's a more effective way of using resources if you were to establish a P4. And if it means a pilot, bring it on, please. So just a small savings. Another budget item is traffic signals. There are areas where we need left turn signal that we don't have because it's causing delay, accidents. Vehicles have to wait another light cycle because of a vehicle stop didn't get through. This is Ness westbound at Mount Royal. Multiple times a year, these lights are knocked down. There's property damage and physical injury multiple times a year. This is one of the critical ones in St. James that needs to be addressed. I hope in your list of work that's going to happen that this can be considered for that. That's the end of just presentation.
Slide 2042583.
Okay.
Message. Voicemail. Silent mode.
Sidewalk renewal. 3.5 years ago, I reported a series of heaved and severely damaged sidewalks in various wards. One, the work has started on this past June. One out of several after 3 years.
Notification.
What they did is they cut out the heaved sidewalk on Stewart Street and filled it with gravel, and that's all that's happened. The irony of that is there is one directly across the street equally damaged. They had the people there, the trucks there, the equipment there, the gravel there, and they didn't even go across the street to do the other one that you could see it. That I know we had the golf carts going throughout the city. It's disappointing that over the course of the years that throughout the city, these weren't reported, because how many times is there a city employee that is over that sidewalk with snow clearing, or crews could see it, supervisors, foremen, elected officials, that we're in a deficit of sidewalk repair, we're in a deficit of road repair. With respect to bike lanes, the report, the budget has 2.228 million. There's really no, but we don't know if between local and road renewal, if there's bike lanes to be incorporated in that also. I think, and I said this in 2021 at council, need to step back and review. And there's questions there, we can go in that further, but I'll wrap up very quickly. If that was my time, that please embrace the opportunity to improve performance, because it is a critical, you can do more without spending money by improving performance. And I can show you examples of workforce is too large, productivity is too low, and improper behavior, both in work avoidance and driving. That's for a different topic, but I could show you a report on one incident that at least there should have been severe suspensions, at the most, that there should have been job termination. That's a different topic, but I'm telling you, I've gone through performance improvement. Huge gains can be realized. Please embrace that. The CFO is tasked with that. But when I see oversized workforces and idle hands and idling trucks, it needs to be addressed if you're asking for a 5.95% tax increase. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ryback. Now, do we have any questions or comments from any of the committee members? Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, so thank you for your presentation this morning. And, I know since my time here on council that, you have been back and forth with respect to the sanding of the bays and whatnot. And Pack Snow does provide a bit more traction, especially on sidewalks. And we had made at one point a conscious decision not to plow down to the concrete, but to pack and compress the snow on sidewalks. But what I have noticed, especially, the last couple of winters, probably dating back 3 winters now, is the fact that the temperature itself has been, during the daytimes, -5 to +5, a lot of melting going on. And then at nighttime, it freezes again. So it creates slippery conditions. And I don't know that packed snow, or there's an opportunity to pack snow, which is why you're seeing more sanding, especially over the last couple of years. But climate has actually been a challenge. I note that during the Christmas holidays, members of in my ward, did a fun walk on, between Christmas and New Year's. And again, it was quite mild, a lot of melting, a lot of freezing overnight. And as a matter of fact, somebody slipped and fell, and injured their wrist. But again, it's what we're seeing in terms of climate, dealing with climate issues. So I don't know that the city cannot sand because there's some liabilities out there. We also want to make sure people are wearing proper footwear when they're out walking and if they're driving, having snow tires if to the extent possible. But sanding is a requirement, as we live in a winter city.
So I appreciate you bringing up, you actually touched on some points that I find I agree with. Firstly, when you talk about small bays, cul-de-sacs, there is enough grit brought in from the tires traveling the P2s, or if you just put extra sand and maybe turned into that entrance a little bit, that is adequate. But in that winter of 2 years ago, we only got sanded 5 times. There was no issue whatsoever. When you do talk about the Christmas break time with the thaw and the freeze, and it was slippery, people, I agree with you. It was the one time we needed sand, and not only on my bay and the sidewalk in my neighborhood, but also I was on Corydon Avenue at my friend's restaurant, and you couldn't walk the sidewalks of Corydon between Christmas and New Year's until there was a snowfall. That is almost as if, to save money, we shut down for the last week and didn't do it. That was the perception. I don't know if that was reality. That was perception. That, I talked about in the past, for city property, it was putting in snow fences. And that hasn't moved. But where there's ample room to go back 100 feet and put up a 4 to 6 foot snow fence with the orange plastic material, it's not hard to do. There's lots of storage if you want to keep in the neighborhood between April and October. The hockey rinks and the community clubs have ample storage because they're not being used. The dressing rooms. There could be a plan. That's just an idea, but there are so many areas of the city would benefit by having snow fencing put up. Nest at Mount Royal, that's one thing, because that's where the airport runways are. Big orange fence, it works. Down Grant, where we're the old Papillon Barracks, where we're doing that, gets blown in south winds, north winds. These need to be addressed. These are cost savings to improve road safety and sidewalk safety. And we could talk about snow clearing in our areas. There's opportunities to improve, but they don't even have to spend money. But I believe if you had a P4 classification, even if you cut it down 2/3, those roads will still be safe, but you have the opportunity to either save money or put it where you right. Why was my base sanded when the 4-way stop was glossy? It just doesn't make sense. And the additional irony to that is that sanding truck had to go through that 4-way intersection at least twice.
So, Mr. Ryback, you, of everyone here, have a situation that is so unique. Your brother, had you ever talked to your brother about any of the operations? You have a very unique situation.
I do.
You do.
I also
Okay.
have another relative that's 35 years in the same department.
All right. So you have a perspective on this that we don't have, which it's good to hear your perspective. I would say 2 things to this. I could say 3. I could say a lot, but I'll keep it to maybe 3. So in relation to operations, a lot of your focus is on operations, it sounds like,
Yep,
okay?
yep.
And has been, which I hear you, right? One of the most shocking reports I saw was the workforce management audit, okay?
Had good dialogue on that.
Okay, so we are in the process of hiring a new CAO. A huge focus will be on efficient operations. I've been here for a number of years, and there's a lot of repeat in this role, right? There's a lot of repeat. There's a lot of same scenarios that repeat, right? So there's huge opportunity for efficiencies. There'll always be little things that'll happen, but there's huge opportunity for efficiencies. And one of the prime roles that this new CAO will have coming on board, one of it will be workforce management and efficiencies. I encourage you to go to page 10 on my website. I did a budget presentation, and the PDF page 10 highlights 7 areas of focus that we're working on efficiencies, right? Internal efficiencies. So you make some very good points, right? And in a big operation, there's always going to be, and when you're dealing with people, there's always going to be, okay, someone didn't turn the spreader on at the intersection. There will be scenarios like that. It won't be perfect, but can we do better? Of course we can do better. So to your comments on efficiencies, to your comments on, what we're doing about efficiencies, I think we've got a lot coming down the tube on efficiencies. I'm very optimistic on that. As for the whole bike network and transit, I'm a huge supporter of transit. So as long as I'm here, I'm supporting transit in any and every way I can, because we have the opportunity to put more people on the buses. We've got challenges, unlike what every city has right now. There's safety challenges on buses throughout Canada, throughout the states, on safety issues on buses. We're trying to deal with that. We're changing our routes so we have high frequency to encourage more people to use buses. I don't know if you watched the report recently that we had in Public Works on the annual taxi on the vehicles for hire report. More and more and more people are using other modes of transportation other than a personal car, right? They're using a cab, they're using a bus, they're trip chaining. So I'm optimistic about transit. As long as I'm here, I'm supportive, and I know we don't go down the right path on this one, but again, as long as I'm here, I'm supporting active transportation. We're up to, in the next 6 years, we're up to, how much are we on? Up to 31 million. I love it. That's great. So I'm going to support that. And there's a lot of people that don't, but can't all agree on everything. So I appreciate your effort and the time that you put into coming down to City Hall, because you know what? Sometimes in the immediate time, you may feel it's not making an impact, but in the big picture, it does. I was down 50 times plus before I was elected. And I know I made an impact sitting on that end. And then I say I went on the dark side, and I know I'm making an impact here, but you may not see the immediate action of your advocacy, but people talk, we talk internally, we talk about the big picture. And I don't want you ever to go away feeling, oh my God, they're not listening to me, nothing happened. But we listen and we have discussions.
Councillor Lukes, I appreciate that, because it was at the property budget review meeting with 1 day's notice in the old regime. You had 1 day's notice from the time the budget released to start the review meeting. It was at the property review meeting on the second day of review meetings. You gave me the same message, and you encouraged me to keep coming out and bang my head against the wall.
Okay.
And you encouraged me.
Okay, so it's my own fault. Okay.
You were the first of about 5 councillors who encouraged me to run for city council.
Yes. Well, okay.
Thank you. So be careful what you ask for.
Exactly.
But here's my disappointment in the bike lanes.
And we could go on about the bike lanes forever,
No.
but
2005, I came back from San Jose and I went to Councillor Grant Nordman and said,
right.
they make the curb lanes 4 feet wider in San Jose
Right.
to accommodate the bikes and make it safer for motorcycles.
Right.
And I came back and said, this is what we need. And what we've seen in the last 6 years, where I was an advocate, and I am still an advocate for the proper routes in the right place, in the proper places, without causing congestion.
Yeah.
In fact, Calgary Council, we will do bike lanes ensuring they don't cause congestion and take away from vehicles.
Yeah.
And from what I've seen in the last 6 years, has been a disappointment. And I was an early advocate. And I
Or
think,
hoping the congestion puts them on the buses, that they get tired of sitting in congestion.
but you know what? They've done that in other jurisdictions before us. And the desired result, it didn't happen. There's a complete book written about Portland where it failed. They're already saying issues in Toronto. issues in Montreal, all reported in media.
Mhm.
But I think there is a smarter way to do it, but we need to actually learn from our mistakes.
Mhm.
And there have been mistakes which I have provided to this committee prior to you. And a disappointment on me also, and maybe it'll happen in a future year. Hey, we have enough problems with bridges, being it Omens Creek, be it Louise, be it Arlington. And actually, Councillor Wyatt brought this up about the Caniston project. We're not, we may be looking at it, but I would love to see at least moving forward. I've spoken to Councillor Edie with this. I know that Councillor Sharma's had a discussion. The abandoned rail bridges. If it could be shown that they have a long life left in them, that could be a critical component to both kinds of active transportation with a huge benefit, especially for River Heights to Polo Park and that whole bike network.
Yeah, I'll let you be the first one to know. You mark your calendar for March 15th. Okay, March 15th, Public Works Committee
Yeah,
doesn't
my
know yet
birthday.
either. But that's your birthday? Okay.
My aunts.
Oh, your aunts. Okay, so March 15th, 9 to noon,
Right.
we're going to have a wonderful presentation from the public service who's been very generous to offer up their availability on March 15th to talk about the next 6 years, what we're doing in active transportation and what we're doing in road safety. So we're going to combine them together because a lot of the information, and I encourage you to see what we're doing in road safety in the presentation today. It's quite impressive. Come to that. We're going to have an open forum and we'll talk more in detail on that on March 15th. I even told you guys 9 to noon.
Okay. I look forward to it. I'm sorry. It was my aunt's birthday. Hers is the next day.
Okay.
March 15th was my grandmother's birthday.
Oh,
So I look forward to that.
okay. We can talk more in detail on that.
I can tell you the most recent disappointment is what took place on Goulet Street.
Yes. Okay.
And we don't know where that's ending.
I
And moving on Marion,
Yeah.
for the record, you go forward with moving on with the plan for
Right.
Marion,
Right.
and you will kill so many businesses on that street.
I want to talk about your intersection on Mount Royal because I travel that one. So have you made a request or has anyone made a request of a turning signal? Because if it
Here's the
hasn't,
process. This is my first public announcement on it.
okay,
And I'll also let you know, we have an online petition that is still in progress.
Right.
And it has over 500 signatures.
okay.
My target is 2,000 and these are St.
Okay,
James
well, why
residents.
don't you go to all that effort? Why don't you just tell us that you want to have it studied and then we'll study it and see
Okay,
if
I'm
it's warranted.
telling you now.
Okay, I'll have the department study it and see if it's warranted, right?
Yeah.
Because there has to be certain criteria,
Yeah,
right?
I know.
And it's not like they're super expensive, they're 5 or 6 grand usually, but especially when the lights are there, but you know, it takes a bit of time and they'll see if it merits it, but I know that's a funky intersection
Yep,
because
and
lots
same
happened
with,
over the years.
same with Ness and Whitewold and Portage and School Road
Yeah,
with the superstore.
okay, well, either
Those are
email
the
me
three,
this
those
or-
are, those are the three biggest
Okay, email
traffic
me the list.
issues in St. James Westwood.
Okay, email me the list, let me see what we can do, okay?
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank you,
that.
sir. Okay, next delegation,
We're good. Thank you. Appreciate
you.
that.
okay.
Our
Thank
next
you.
delegation is Mr. David Grant, who's joining
Yes.
us via Zoom.
We got a regular troop here. Mr. Grant, how are you today?
Good. Yes, I noticed that.
Pardon, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Please turn up.
Hold on here. We can't hear you. Maybe
Okay.
that's. Keep talking.
It says my audio is on.
No, I think it might be on our end.
I think it is.
Email me that, Mr. Ravak, email me that list, okay?
Okay.
Keep talking.
My thing says I'm on
Okay, no,
audio
we
and
can kind
video.
of hear you, but I think it's on our end, so just hang tight for a minute.
Okay,
We're
sure.
going to turn up the amplifiers. Give it a try now.
Try now.
Okay, how's that?
No,
Oh dear.
no.
Uh,
Come on, you guys. Get it together.
+1 2 0 4 3 9 1 6 7 4 7. Phone call. Start call
Okay,
recording.
nothing?
No, wait, just wait here.
Speech on.
Okay.
We're working on it.
Hmm.
Didn't we have this happen with him last time or it was something else?
I think it was some number. All right, Mr. Grant, please give it a try.
All right. Okay, how's that? Can you hear me now?
Not really.
Oh dear.
What if he logged on and came back maybe?
I can
Try that. Is Mark gonna be live or is he gonna be on Zoom too?
Okay, she's working on it, just give us a minute.
I could speak after Mark if that would help, if he's live.
Write it on a piece of paper and hold it up. You need to pass you an envelope?
I
Okay,
don't-
we got more high-tech support coming in, so just wait.
Oh, goody. Oh, goody.
You can hear us just fine. You can hear us.
I believe so, yes.
You can hear us. No, we can't hear him too.
Hardly.
Sounds.
Give it a try, David.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
perfect.
All right.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you again. Anyway, I was going to suggest having Mark speak before me if he was doing it live, but thank you for getting it fixed. I want to thank you for agreeing to listen. I thank my former counselor for her words of encouragement to Kelly. I also want to thank the prior delegations. They were both careful and thoughtful. The following words relate to item 8. Each of us has a perspective. Chris wants you to find more funding so his people will have more projects to work on. I like the way he explained a future where the city and province could shift who pays and on what. He quoted Ontario. I would quote Michigan. Michigan did some major shifting many years ago. They cut property taxes in exchange for a 2% increase in sales tax. The money balanced out, and I think it helped everyone in the state. We could do that in Manitoba. The province could increase sales tax in exchange for taking over the spending on major capital projects such as sewage plants. On the other hand, those who pay taxes have different priorities. We care about the tax load that future generations will face. Some of us want fewer such new projects, but certainly the Chris's idea of the province and city getting together to shuffle who does what and where the money comes from, there's certainly a lot of possibility there. And moving on to item 2, crashes on Waverly. Has anyone consulted with MPI? I don't see that paragraph in this agenda item. Do MPI data say that the curbs are to blame for all these crashes, not driver behavior? Just a rhetorical question. The trailside sidewalk. I've spoken here on
Hey,
behalf of the.
just hold on 1 minute
Sure.
here. For now, it's choppy, it's breaking up, so just
Oh,
give it a
no.
minute. It's like it's more signs. It's kind of breaking up, so just give us a second here. It's like there's a short or something.
Sure.
All right, give it a try.
Okay. Moving on. On, I don't know if I should repeat item 2, crashes on Waverly. Has anyone consulted with MPI? Do their data say that curbs are to blame for all these crashes, not driver behavior? On topic 3, trailside sidewalk. I've spoken here for the residents of Fort Richmond, and for years we have noted that most of our roads have no sidewalk. We ask, what makes this crescent more worthy of this spending than our roads? An example would be Rochester. It serves as a collector for hundreds of people, but has no sidewalk. It seldom sees a snowplow, further impeding those on foot. Will each of the homeowners on Trailside be paying the $8,000 or $10,000 in local improvement fees to cover this? Will this be a special and very unusual gift to them from the rest of us? On the bike path on Lee, Winnipeg has thousands of quiet suburban roads. Take a little bit of time here. Most of us have enjoyed family biking on these quiet roads for many decades. If you throw 1.2 million to the wind on this project, will you be fair and buy thousands more of these suburban paths? How happy will taxpayers be if you waste perhaps $50 billion on more bike paths where they are not needed? Does it sound extravagant? Will this be the last path that your friends ask for? Because this road is quiet, and I've had no fear walking up and down Lee and.
Brad, you know what? hold on here, Mr. Grant. It's really not working. So I'm gonna suggest that you log off and log back on.
Okay.
I don't know. It's coming through on YouTube, okay? I'm getting reports that we are coming through clear on YouTube, but a lot of stuff's being chopped up and we're not hearing you. So I don't know, like, since and I think turn it off, turn it on again, and usually it works.
I will. This will take a few minutes. Do you want to handle Mark in the meantime?
I can't hear you, so
Okay.
turn it off and come back.
So Mr. Grant has left the meeting. If the committee wants, we can perhaps proceed on to Mr. Marco.
Sure, let's do Mark. Okay, can you tell him that we're gonna go to the next delegate? Mark, are you there?
Yeah, am I coming through all right? I was hearing David all right.
Yeah, I know. On YouTube it is good, but like we were just not hearing him at all. So, you know, the turn it off, turn it on works a lot of times. So you're here. Let's hear from you. Good morning.
I hope that'll work for him. Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I just want to go through a few items, hopefully fairly quickly. So the first item I want to talk about is the traffic study at Waverly and Pine Hills Road. And really, you know, I think it's important to see design improvements to make walking and cycling better. But here, what I'm not really seeing is any improvements to the cycling network. Certainly, there's a bit of an improvement on the Waverly path, but as you know, Waverly is a primary route in the planned cycling network. Pine Hills is a secondary route, sort of connecting into that central Waverly West Trail system. And Timsale Drive is also a secondary. Neither Pine Hills nor Timsale currently have any cycling facilities, although Pine Hills does create that connection into that central pathway. So what I'd like to suggest here is that we design with the future in mind as we're doing this, to think about protected bike lanes in the future, or bike lanes in the future. So a fully protected intersection is, I think, something we can look at here. Perhaps implemented with just pocket bike lanes coming in on Pine Hills and Timsale, sort of create that separation and that space and that little safety. So I'm hoping we can have the administration maybe consider that. Looking on to item 5, which is sort of that Lee Boulevard and Barnes Street, I do have some concerns on the designs here with a two-way bike path on the side of a street that's really sort of a major access to that shopping district. And certainly on the side it's on, you know, there's very large driveways that you're crossing, and a two-way path by its nature introduces, you know, a few extra conflicts than might be there normally. So the suggestion I would hope we can consider is to look at one-way protected lanes. They remove sort of that counterflow conflict with left-turning traffic coming into the shopping area. You know, it's easy to kind of get lost. You're coming from a direction maybe that's not being considered, that's not the driver's focus. So that's a concern. Certainly, you know, I think we can look at, you know, at least maybe pushing to the other side of Barnes with the pathway. That would lessen that conflict. You know, I think it's good to see the crossing at Lee, sort of Southeast Collegiate. I think that's nice to see that that's been included. I wonder if we can look at sort of a planned connection across Waverly into that central Waverly West network. It looks like it's the pathway kind of connects into Waverly just a bit north of where that Lee intersection is. So hopefully we can look at that. Finally, I just want to discuss the City of Winnipeg preliminary budget. You know, one thing I've noticed with the last 2 years is we haven't really been seeing any indication of what road renewals are including upgrades, improvements to walking and cycling. So, you know, we used to sort of have the budget amounts included in the pedestrian and cycling program. I'm not sure we need the amount, but at least some indication that those road renewals, where they're overlapping the bike network, are indeed including the AT improvements and some sense of what's being considered or the alternatives that are being considered, I think would be a huge step. So if you can maybe ask the administration to look into that, it would be a greatly appreciated benefit that we would find. would allow us to, I think, provide a better feedback, hopefully, on the budget. The Arlington Bridge, I want to speak to that as well. Certainly, we think it's really a key link that we need to be moving forward. We have the report in now, so we have the cost. So we're hopeful that we consider it. It's a key link. If you're coming from the north to the south, it's that connection to the downtown health sciences complex, the research center. But going from the south to the north as well, it's really important to connect the Selkirk Avenue to help maintain the viability of Selkirk Avenue as an important mixed-use destination. As well, the Inkster industrial area, if I recall from the old transportation studies, that was one of the highest visited areas in the city. So that creates an important destination, and certainly as well recognizing that Arlington connects to a number of areas identified by the city as higher needs neighborhoods on that north side of the Arlington alignment. So it's important to make sure that those residents, who are probably more likely to walk or to bike, and that they are disproportionately harmed by that closure. So to correct that and to get that route back opened, and as I said in the past, I think we're happy to see the improvements, and we'll live with the improvements that are there. They'll make a definite benefit. But it's certainly Arlington. We really do see that as a future regional route for the bike network. I think it's huge potential. It's really an important gap. If you look along there's 2 kilometers where we don't have anything. Detouring to McPhillips is 1.5 kilometers. Detouring to Slawrubchuk is 2.5 kilometers. So that detour really limits the range of someone. If they're on their bike, and it's sort of sending a message that riding your bike is not normal and maybe not encouraged. So we'd like you to at least work to include the demolition and design in the 2025 budget to move that forward, to get things rolling on that Arlington Bridge replacement. We think would be important. And in the interim too, we're hopefully that you consider a detour, sort of in that McPhillips Jarvis sort of connection to get us around. I know some people have been having issues. There's the sort of the angled track that's a little difficult as a crossing, and there might be potential to do some temporary things. Certainly would require some consultation with the businesses and the trucking association to go through that. Final thing I want to speak to on the budget is to really encourage the administration to work hard towards submitting some federal active transportation fund grants. There's been a new round that has opened up that's creating $500 million in funding, and we certainly would like to see Winnipeg make sure we're getting our share of that we're looking into the submissions and starting that process so that we can get our share of that federal funding, to really increase the bang that we get for the bucks for those city dollars. Things like the North Winnipeg Parkway, we've got a report coming in hopefully soon on the completion of that. We know there's going to be a funding requirement for that, so we'd love to see that as one example of something we can make an application for. The Osborne downtown walk bike bridge, upgrades that we're planning. We got the rehab on Wellington Avenue. I think it's been deferred to 2026, but we would love to see that. The center plans are out. Some of it's funded, some of it isn't. So if we can make use of that planning along with St. Matthews, the North Hydro Corridor, maybe a feasibility study to look at how we get across that CPR yards, or how we deal with connections south of the CPR yards as well, would be great. We're doing, I know the administration has done good work on planning for that eventual connection from Togo to Brandon along the Red River, sort of in the Fort Rouge area, and the Fort Rouge, I guess the Fort Garry area. And, we have a number of neighborhood greenway studies sitting sort of on the shelf, ready to move forward, as well as that Elmwood to St. Boniface connection. There's Kingsbury, Enfield, St. John Baptiste, Ruby Banning, St. George, McCallman. So I'm hoping that we can really work at getting as much of those applications submitted as possible, so that we can really try and double up, and hopefully we can get the province to pony up as well. That really increases that bang for our buck. So thank you very much for your time. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay. Thanks, Mark, for your presentation. Committee members, any questions, comments? Councillor Eady.
I just wanted to, your presentation about the Arlington Bridge, I appreciate the support that's coming from the cycling community on that. But you said, you talked about neighborhoods, communities on the north side of the bridge. That there are neighborhoods that struggle just like William White and others on the south side of that bridge. You know that, right?
Absolutely, Councillor.
Because you only said the north side.
Yes, considered it an error of omission.
Yeah. Anyway, the bridge is basically almost central, and anyway, I just wanted to make sure you also understood that when you're talking about, there's a lot of people who can only afford to use bikes and stuff, and getting across bridges. And yes, businesses are around the Arlington Bridge. They've seen a downturn in the amount of sales that they have nowadays. So I'm going to point that out. And well, yeah. Anyway, thanks for your support on that, Mark.
Thank you for your support as well, councillors.
Councillor Sharma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark, it's always great to have you come here and continue to advocate and speak about transportation. It's very good to work with you on the Northwest Hydro Corridor, the first phase. Been tremendous usage there. The community is very excited, and they know that phase 2 is in the works. You and I have talked about this before. Can you speak to the importance of getting that phase 2 done, both in the Old Kildonan ward and going through Point Douglas and Winooski as well?
Yeah, absolutely. We certainly see that as one of the primary connections in the city for active transportation. It's sort of the alternative to McPhillips, but it connects well into communities east and west of it. And we do believe that there's a good design and a good potential to fully connect that, certainly through to the casino, which is sort of that second phase. We're working with the city to look at ensuring that as we sort of develop further south into a sort of a denser neighborhood grid, that we're working to make sure that the crossings we have on the local streets are implemented in a way that's safe, that really provides priority to the bikeway, so that we're not getting a disjointed sort of connection and route, and that we're making sure that we do have a roadway, a sort of cycling network, and crossing facilities that are really intuitive and understood by everyone. And ultimately, we feel that this connection has the potential to reach, from the perimeter highway south, really to the South Assiniboine Parkway, so the Assiniboine River trails and connections.
Thanks, Mark. Look forward to further discussions, and
you bet.
Can make sure Hydro is doing what they need to do.
Yes.
I know the public service is working well with them, but we want things to move a little quicker so we can get this underway. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. So thanks, Mr. Coho, for your presentation and always for your advocacy. And I wanted to just very briefly comment on the motions that were referred to the budget related to the Waverly West ward. I put forward motions just to understand what type of infrastructure the public service was recommending, getting a ballpark idea of the costs. One of our major challenges is the lack of an east-west connection to Pembina Highway and the University of Manitoba. So I have met with your southwest counterpart there. I forget his name off the top of my head. He came to our budget meeting. I want to meet with him in more detail. I'd love to meet with him and you and just go through it more fine-grained, okay? Because you bring perspectives. I live there. I have perspectives. Public service has perspectives. We have no money to do it right now. But if we all get on the same page, that would be great. So another thing I wanted to note is we do have a study this year, a class 3 estimate that's going to go on to look at, we call it the South End Confusion Corner, Bison and Waverly, and how that intersection is holding up the active transportation pathway along Waverly. So when they do that intersection, they'll do the active transportation pathway along Waverly connecting to Abinogi. So some good stuff happening, but we need to have more discussion on that. So that's going to be happening. And and then I guess my question to you is, how are you feeling about the amount of funding that's we're at right now for active transportation? What's in the line item, and then what is also included in the roads budget? I'm just looking for the exact amount to say the exact amount, but it's a lot. I just want to hear what you think about that.
Yeah.
You've been here, like, I don't have.
Yeah, I've certainly been there once or twice.
Yeah.
Certainly, I think, this is sort of, I think, our final year where we're really still sort of nursing that cutback from the provincial government. So I'm happy to see we're increasing in those future years. I'd argue that we could always see more. I'm happy to see that I think we've increased the sidewalk renewals budget and the renewals and the road renewals side of things. And we do have some, improvements to the recreational walkways that they're going to make some differences. Osborne Underpass, I'm not sure 100% why the design of that is listed under active transportation, but I guess it doesn't really make a difference as it's an add-on. It's whether it's in the regional roads or the active transportation doesn't make a huge difference. But I think the investment we show and we do. I would always love to see us do more, but I'm happy to see the increase. And like I said, we'll work with the provincial government. We want to push to get more funding from them, and certainly I think the federal government is giving us that opportunity to match some of the funding that the city is putting in, which I'm hopeful we can make use of. I know we've done that in the past.
Okay, so can you send me that link to the new federal funding that they've got? Like I'm not
Absolutely.
Sure one that I have, but if you could send it to me, that would be great.
You bet.
Okay,
and we're looking forward to March 15th too.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to post the event on my webpage and then we'll promote it. But yeah, you know what? Like, I look around the room here and I see you're the only person here to speak to active transportation. I'm going to take that as a positive sign. I'm going to take it as a positive sign. I'm afraid to say this because there's a snowstorm coming, but I haven't taken any heat so far. I don't know about anyone else on Twitter or X about our path clearing and our snow removal on sidewalks and bike paths. So, we only had really one big snowfall, but we've been out there sanding, doing touch-ups when it blows in. So the purchase of additional equipment with the support of council and working with the community, with the stakeholders, I don't know, I'm feeling pretty optimistic about it. And like I say, I'm saying that knowing a snowstorm's coming, but just because we invested a lot of money in that, how are you feeling about it?
I think we're seeing the difference. So, I'm regularly on the routes. I know there is, I think actually we sent a little thank you to Mr. Cantor, and I'm not sure if you were included in on that. Just to say that some of that work is being recognized out in the community, that those improvements are being seen and appreciated. I think where we're maybe having trouble, and I understand I'm happy to see that there'll be a motion going to EPC on that 15 centimeter threshold pilot. But I think we are seeing improvements. One issue that's maybe still lingering is how we deal with our painted bike lanes. Some of those where we're dealing with the snow kind of gets swept into the gutter area as vehicles pass, and maintaining clearance there is still is an ongoing issue. So I think we'll reach out to Mr. Cantor on that, and I know he's asked for feedback and been open to that.
Sure. And he's been spectacular. So, and I don't know if you noticed, but we've got a new paint machine coming also. We've got one on order. We've got a brand new paint machine coming, and we've got a supplement of outsourcing for I think $500,000 or $600,000 for this year until the new paint machine comes. So that's going to make a huge difference. So
yes,
okay.
That's new to me and very appreciated.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So if that's it for comments or questions from the committee, thank you very much always for your advocacy and for representing, we know hundreds of people out there, thousands of people. Have a great day.
Thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of your day as well. Take care.
All right. Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Grant.
He had 6 minutes remaining. Do we want to do the 6 minutes?
Sure.
Good.
Sure. Okay.
Perfect.
Continue on.
Okay. So, where were we? How much did you even hear?
You
Anyway,
know what? Just do your thing and we'll
Start over.
yeah, I think you need to start over.
Okay. Anyway, as usual, I'll read quickly. I want to thank you for agreeing to listen to me. Thank my former counselor for her words of encouragement. Also want to thank the prior delegations, all careful and thoughtful people. These following words are related to item 8. Each of us has a perspective. Chris wants you to find more funding so his people will have more projects to work on. I like the way that he explained a future where the city and province could shift who pays and on what. He quoted Ontario. I'd remind you of Michigan. They did some major shifting many years ago. They cut property taxes substantially in exchange for a 2% increase in sales tax. This helped everyone in every corner of the state, and it's worked well for all those years. We could do that in Manitoba. The province could increase sales tax, take over spending on major capital projects like the sewage plant. On the other hand, those who pay taxes have different priorities and than Mr. Lawrence has. We care about the tax load that future generations will face. Some of us want fewer such new projects. Moving on to topic 2, crashes on Waverly. Has anyone consulted with MPI? Do their data say that curbs are to blame for all these crashes, not driver behavior? On topic 3, the trailside sidewalk. I've spoken here for the residents of Fort Richmond, and for years we have noted that most of our roads have no sidewalk. We ask, what makes this crescent more worthy of this spending than our roads? Rochester serves as a collector for hundreds of people, and many of them have to walk to get to the bus, and many of them walk their dogs on that road. But it has no sidewalk and seldom sees a snowplow, further impeding those on foot. Will each of the homeowners on Trailside be paying the $8,000 or $10,000 in a local improvement fee? Will this be a special and very unusual gift from us to the people on Trailside? On bike paths on Lee, Winnipeg has thousands of quiet suburban roads. Most of us have enjoyed family biking on these quiet suburban roads for many decades. If you throw 1.2 million to the wind on this, will you be fair and buy thousands more of these suburban paths? How happy will taxpayers be if you waste billions of dollars on more bike paths where they're not really needed? Now, if you compare riding along Lee or walking along Lee, which I've done a lot of, versus on Pembina or Waverly, those busy roads, high-speed roads, really do need a separate place for a bicycle. Anyway, does this spending of this sort of thing, $1 million for a little bit of path, does it sound extravagant? Will this be the last such path that your friends ask for? Obviously not. I like Marco, and we have different aspects on what cyclists really need. We do run into each other occasionally on bike events. It's ironic that staff claim that there are no implications for this report on this Lee project. If you build this, it sets a precedent. This is an unfortunate implication. It is even worse that your money guy says no financial implications. It's as if he does not understand that this was written as step one for building it. Why is it up to taxpayers to point out any downsides to this plan? We don't see this done professionally or by your people commenting from City Hall. Anyway, I have biked and walked on Lee and Barnes and the surrounding streets for many hours, and they are among the least scary roads in the city. The whole idea of spending millions on bike paths and calling it a pedestrian strategy, why does this strategy not help the people on roads where there is no sidewalk and where there is no plowing? So anyway, moving on, leave the rest of that out. On topic 6, the bridge. This is a very good report. As it rusts, rebar swells and destroys concrete. Is there any reinforcing steel in the concrete that will be reused? Do OEM drawings prove this? It's been a long time, a century. Has it been confirmed with a bit of radiography? Anyway, I'm good to see that the rusty steel will be scrapped. Will it all be gone? Hopefully. Will hot dipped steel be used in the rebuild? Will the new steel beams be designed, cut, dipped, and plated in Manitoba? We found that at Hydro that the steel they used, even though we make this stuff here, was all bought from Asia, from India. And I would ask this, will existing gravel be used for fill where possible to minimize disposal costs? And on topic 7, gravel roads. I see no mention here of the merits of reducing speeds on these roads. Applying a 30-kilometer limit would provide far greater benefits than what was used to justify the 30 limits in the city. I've noticed that gravel roads have a problem of the traction is less, so it takes longer to stop a vehicle on gravel. The dust cloud that follows cars under some conditions, fresh gravel and freshly graded gravel when it's dry, the cars kick up a cloud of dust. Now, when you're driving in that cloud of dust, you really shouldn't be going more than walking speed at that point because you have no visibility and can't stop. So the smaller dust cloud from cars all going under 30 would put those on foot in far less danger. Gravel is lost from such roads as fine particles blow away when cars go very fast. There will be less danger to other vehicles from thrown up rocks if the speed limit is reduced. The road surface will last longer. Homes in the area will be less dusty, road noise reduced. In the name of safety and keeping the road passable for longer, let's post 30 limits on the city's gravel roads. Mayor, on topic 8, the mayor's covering letter points out that senior governments have not actually promised to pay for all the nutrient removal that they forced on us. The money has not arrived. Remember that the engineers who said that this was needed, this removal of phosphorus and nitrogen.
It's not really public works, but keep going.
Yes, no, this is correct, but it is related to the, that's one of the other anomalies I would say is that each one of these, each committee, each standing policy committee has the same spending and spending reduction documents, rather than breaking it out into one that relates just to your stuff. Anyway, but the engineers who said that this was needed are very close to the ones who profit from the extra billion in spending that was the nitrogen was led to. The unbiased technical folks who spoke to you at the time pointed out that 99% less money, you could remove the phosphate. The flocculation plan could have been complete and paid for years ago. I agree with Kelly that there are many unexplored ways for the city to save money. And I would suggest that as part of the budget discussion, somebody, like a little committee, it could be a volunteer committee like your other ones, like your active transportation is not all councillors. You could have a committee of Mark and Kelly and I and some others to help find ways to save money. On fleet management, there's some irony here. If the folks at Fleet Management can justify spending money on newer vehicles because a new vehicle supposedly emits less pollution, why do so many city vehicles idle all day long? Why is fleet management not using their new high-tech tools and an effective no idle city policy to drastically cut idling time? If a new vehicle emits so much less than a 2022 vehicle, what's wrong with that 2022? How many of the disposed vehicles are worn beyond repair? On my first city job, a long time ago, I drove a pickup truck. Back then, most light city vehicles were used until closer to their actual end of life. And I would question, how valid are the justifications from fleet management? And why do we not have one of their goals be to spend less extravagantly on new vehicles? And I will leave it there. Are there any clarifications needed?
Okay, comments, questions from the committee members? No, you bring a lot of information, Mr. Grant. I don't know if you'd heard what I'd said related to the projects in the Waverly West Ward to Mr. Coho. You know, we're just doing exploratory stuff. We're not making commitments on money or anything. Sometimes it means there may be a commitment later down the road. A lot of times it doesn't. But it's just exploratory. And just so you're clear, one of the biggest pain points I have, now you didn't come to any of my budget presentations, so that's okay. But I encourage you to go and look at the PowerPoint that I did. One of our biggest pain points, which in the big picture of the city is like really nothing, but one of our biggest pain points is that east-west connection, getting people to Pembina and the University of Manitoba. So that's what we're looking at trying to fix, you know, transportation-wise and active transportation-wise. You see the backup getting out of the community of Waverly West. The missing link always has been that east-west connection, which is the punch through Bison at our intersection. So I'm just sort of exploring until that happens, other avenues and routes. So that's kind of what that's all about.
No, I agree. And ever since the roads were first laid out in the Bridgewater area, it did strike me strange that none of the east-wests actually made that connection, and especially the ones that would run down Bison to the university. So that's certainly one big problem area. So it's as far as the budget presentation, obviously I would have been there. I've been to others because I've found out about them. And in this case, I recall being at City Council and pointing out that public consultations in those days, this is like 20 years ago, 15 years ago, consultations appeared on the city website in a list of all the consultations for the next month or so that were scheduled. But you had to go 2 pages down to find them. So you had to go to new topics or news or whatever. Now, if you search on the website, because after I found out about your budget consultation, which I would have attended, and I was disappointed that I didn't hear, I went to the website and tried to find it, or tried to find the next one. And I found that there is no listing of that sort of thing. And if you search for things like consultation or budget consultation or whatever, the results are not encouraging. So in the day, this is like the 15 years ago period, I had advocated that there'd be a little corner on the front page of the city website that would list consultations to try and get the participation up. Because even if I attend, and I attend today, most of the city doesn't. And I'd suggest the front page listing of consultations would be good back then. And actually my written response, my emailed response from the city was that the person I was talking to is that council has no control over what appears on the city website. That was the excuse for not putting consultations up front. So I'm not sure how much control you have nowadays, but if you want people to attend consultations, making them more prominent on city documents and city flyers, whatever means you have, might serve a purpose there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good points. Thank you very much. So if there's no other questions or comments, I thank you for coming and being a delegate. And I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so committee members, I want to propose a 15-minute stretch or just sort of a break before we start with the presentations.
My old league suit.
Yeah, so it is, what is it? Like we didn't get that. Oh yeah, we got the clock fixed. Way to go, man. Okay, so let's take a 15-minute break and try and reconvene in 15 minutes, okay?
So you were
And then you've got to go. Okay. All right. Okay. Break. I'd like to reconvene the budget meeting of Public Works and welcome everyone back. We're going to start with transit first. So welcome transit team. We've got six folks from transit here, 7, 8, however. And we're going to go through the service-based budget on transit. All right, welcome.
Great. Good morning. I'm Greg Wonku, and we've got our transit team here for our budget presentation this morning. We'll do some quick introductions. We've got Jesse Crowder, manager of our AMO office, Aaron Cook, our zero emission bus project manager, Teresa Platt, our manager of client services, Jordan Radstrom, our manager of service development. In the back here, we have Kurt Cumming, the manager of IT, and Lori Fisher, our manager of finance. And Lori is going to start us off with the presentation this morning.
Okay. All right.
Great, thanks, Greg, and good morning, councillors. This is the 2025 budget presentation for the Winnipeg Transit Service. And in this meeting, we'll be touching on some service highlights and reviewing the preliminary budget for Transit's operations, capital, and reserves for 2025. If you have any questions as we go through, please just let us know. We're going to start with some service highlights looking back onto 2024, and most notably, the department was able to continue implementing some items that are in the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, including we added or upgraded over 100 bus stops. We expanded service into Castleberry Meadows and Aurora neighborhoods. That was in September 2024. And we also got approval for the proposed primary transit routing network. We launched a new Transit Plus and on-request trip booking system and app. And with that new system, we've already seen a drastic improvement in the routing efficiencies of the Transit Plus vehicles, increased communication options with customers, and enhanced accessible functionality for booking rides to customers that have all been very well received. We have received 65 new buses as part of the Investing in Canada infrastructure program, and we hired 208 new bus operators. We launched the Fare Collection Strategy Project, and work with that consultant continues. It is well underway. We will be reporting back to this committee in May with a recommended path forward for the replacement of the fare collection system. This is a very high priority project for the department. And we expanded the live bus camera feed that's installed in Transit's control center to improve safety for both operators and passengers. And this safety feature allows the control center personnel to immediately connect to the live audio and video feed in any bus to assess a situation and dispatch the appropriate emergency services. It provides real-time monitoring and advanced situational awareness for those personnel en route to provide assistance. With regards to the 2024 financial forecast, the November forecast, which will be tabled at the Finance Committee meeting tomorrow, reflects a surplus position for the department of approximately $9.3 million. It's important to understand that this is mostly a result of favorable fuel pricing that we realized during 2024, including the extension of the provincial gas tax holiday, coupled with some salary savings as well due to a large number of vacant positions. For the 2025 budget, the fuel rate has been adjusted to reflect closer to the current actual rate that we are paying, and efforts are ongoing to fill all the vacant positions within the department. These savings did offset over expenditures that were realized in bus parts and a fair revenue shortfall as well that we incurred in 2024. It's also important to note that there will be a year-end accounting adjustment related to a new accounting standard, and that will reduce the final year-end surplus amount that the department will ultimately report. So that year-end number is still to be finalized and expected to change.
Can I ask my question now?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, just Lori was saying as we go.
Okay, sure.
Just in that first section, Lori, before you move on, the key achievements, thanks for highlighting the good things that are happening. We hired 208 new bus operators. That's excellent because there were some challenges, of course, Greg, in recruitment at one time. Can you elaborate on that, the recruitment efforts and
Yeah, we did some changes that took effect in about the middle of the year in July. And what we had done was we had streamlined our recruitment process, doing hiring blitzes, bringing people in on a particular day and putting them all through the processes needed to get them to where they need to be to see if we were going to hire them or not. We also looked at our training opportunities. We had to bulk up our training staff through temporary measures to be able to put the 208 through that program. So we actually went to a process where we were hiring 6 operators every week, every Monday, a new training class would start. We're maintaining that throughout 2025 this year. So potentially, with every week that we have, we could hire upwards of 300 drivers. But we also know that we're not going to hire 6 for every class. There's going to be some weeks where we'll be a little bit short. So we're expecting to be around the 250 range if needed. So
Right. So we continue to watch recruitment, but it's not as much of a pain point right now.
it's still a cautionary note, I would say, because we still need additional drivers to be able to launch the full service in June.
Right.
So we're working hard towards that.
Yeah.
And that's in an effort to reduce the amount of overtime that we're having right now.
Thank you. And my next question was around the year-end surplus, because of the fuel prices. We're good. What's the surplus, Lori, and is it going to retained earnings, or what's the plan for the surplus?
So the year end is still ongoing. This is just a forecast at this point in time, right? So we have a forecast. We'll see where the year end results come in. We do have, as I mentioned, a significant accounting adjustment, which is going to reduce the surplus amount. There is a recommendation in the budget book relating to surpluses from any fund, including reserves and operating funds, that could potentially be used to, bolster the financial stabilization reserve. And so whether it will ultimately roll into transit retained earnings or go into the financial stabilization reserve, I believe is still to be determined. But first we have to get through year end and see what that actual number is.
Thank you.
Just one follow-up. With respect to the 208 new bus drivers or bus operators, what's your retention of that?
We lost what was about our average for the previous years, which was 130.
So you hired 208 and lost 130, or kept 130?
Lost 130 to retirements,
Oh, okay.
terminations, that sort of stuff.
But of the 208 new bus drivers, are you able to retain?
Yes, to a large extent. Yeah, I don't know the number of what may not have remained, but
Or had completed the training?
correct. That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Good, thank you. So with respect to then our future plans, looking ahead at what's in for 2025, we will be implementing a new transit route network that is effective June 29th. And this will be one of the biggest changes that Transit's ever implemented to its on-street service. At the same time, we will be expanding service into 2 neighborhoods, that is Prairie Point and Sage Creek. And we will also be returning to full service. Until that time, we will continue to operate at the 6% service reduction that we have been operating at for quite a while now. There was a 10-cent fare increase. It was implemented effective January 1st. And as I did previously discuss, we will continue to work on the fare collection project this year. There is a budget recommendation. It's operating recommendation J. It includes a review of policies and programs related to fare evasion. And so we will be working on that. And in accordance with another budget recommendation, it's CC, we will be reintroducing diesel buses back into the fleet mix effective 2027. There will be a report coming to this committee within 180 days of budget approval, which will discuss the potential impacts of this decision. And finally, another significant project that we will be working on this year is developing a plan to align to the provincial accessibility transportation standard regulations. These come into effect January 1st, 2027. With regards to challenges, I did mention that in 2024, we had some budget challenges in bus parts and the fare revenue accounts. These are expected to continue in 2025. as we realize, the impacts of having an aged fleet and as we work with fare evasion challenges. The delivery of the zero emission bus program has been delayed because the buses that were expected to be delivered in 2024 will now be arriving in 2025. However, the 2025 preliminary budget does not include the additional transit FTEs that we need to manage the zero emission bus program. So there will be challenges and increased risk associated with not filling these positions. These are specialized mechanic positions and an electrician and an IT position specifically related to working with the zero emission buses. The department's in the process of working out what our contingency plan will be if the budget is approved without those FTEs. We have made a lot of gains on the recruitment front, as Greg has mentioned, but in order to meet service requirements, we need to maintain the necessary staffing levels. And with respect to the new accessibility standards, there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done for January 1st, 2027. And this will be very challenging for transit to accomplish without additional resources to assist. As it stands right now, the preliminary budget does not include any additional resources to help with this project, which does put our ability to meet that legislative deadline at risk. And finally, looking ahead, there is significant capital shortfall for transit bus purchases starting in 2027. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later in our presentation.
Okay, so before you get into our performance reporting, are you done that? Okay. So one of the big concerns, I just want to have it for the record here, and you've noted it a couple times in here, is the fare collection strategy. So you're coming back with a plan, or
Yes.
like there'll be a written plan?
Yes.
And that will be in
May
too.
Yeah.
Okay. Review policies and programs related to fare evasion. Okay, so you'll come back with details on that. We had highlighted in the budget that this was a concern, revenue stream and all that. So I think that's important to note. There's a lot of important things in here to note, but amazing, I think, key achievements. So, okay, keep moving.
5 and 6, continue work on fare collection and review policies and programs related to fare evasion play hand in hand.
They do somewhat. I think that the fare collection report is really focused on the kind of technology that we're going to move to, but there are elements to fare evasion that will be addressed as part of it. But I do believe 6 is probably a larger comprehensive review that would be separate, even though there is a little bit of overlap between those two.
Thanks.
Yeah, you may recall we put 6 million, I think it was 6 million even into the,
6.5.
pardon me?
6.5
into a new fare system. So this is huge. I mean, I remember standing there with the Pango card doing the picture of here we go with Pango when I first started. But okay, super, keep moving.
Okay, so moving on to our performance reporting. The transit department contributes 100% to the public transit service. We have 3 sub-services: conventional transit, Transit Plus, and a small charter special event service. We do have 4 service goals. You'll find them on page 125 of the preliminary budget book. But the one that we've chosen to highlight as most relevant to our budget presentation today is to utilize resources responsibly and operate efficiently. We have historically benchmarked very well on our operating cost per passenger. And as you can see from the 2 tables on the side of this slide, we continue to do so both for conventional service and Transit Plus. And just a note to remind everyone that the actual results and the targets that you see in on the slide, they do reflect that the impact that COVID has had really on ridership. Ridership is part of this calculation. And so when ridership really fluctuates, you do see those numbers jump around a little bit. But we are looking at them being somewhat steady as we continue to go forward and achieve more regular ridership numbers.
So just on this, just I want to do a little interjection. The ridership numbers, I think, are just mind blowing. Like when you gave me the ridership numbers, I don't think people really understand the volume of people, what we move on transit. And I don't know, Mr. Yanku, if you can just look that up at some point. And I know there's a difference between ridership and complete trips, I believe it was, but I just think we should, I know we put it on the website, which was wonderful, but and I'm just looking for it here too. Oh yeah, annual ridership. Annual ridership in 2023 was 42,940,434. Like when people, I had someone at one of my budget consultations go, oh, we're spending so much on transit, blah, blah, blah. I said, you want these people on the roads driving, you know? And so I don't know if you want to make any comments on that, but that's something I think people just don't realize. Like it's a lot of money we're investing in transit and roads and a lot of money we're investing in everything, but the volume of people that we move is just incredible.
Exactly. And, you know, when we talk about boardings or ridership, as you mentioned, there is a difference. Boardings are when we have individuals are counted as they boarded the bus, as opposed to ridership. So to give you an example, in 2022, our average boardings were 69% of where we were at in 2019 before COVID. And then in 2023, we jumped up to almost 89%. And we finished off 2024 with an average of 95%. And many of those weeks, we were actually at 100%. So our ridership's definitely coming back.
Right.
I think Bjorn has mentioned several times in the past, the launch of the PTN that's the expectation to bring in new ridership, right? With the improvements that we'll see. Certainly working from home has had an impact on that and some of the changes that we've seen. But the outlook is good. And our ridership has bounced back far more than some other transit systems in Canada and the US.
So to just recap or maybe you can send it to us in an email, the percentage increases that you just,
I can do that.
yeah, sent to us because, and we're not operating at full capacity either, right? So that creates more drama. So
Yeah, we're still at a 6% service reduction.
yes.
Eric, can you also, to the extent possible, provide a correlation of increased usage to the deployment of the community safety officers? Like when they came in, were you seeing more and more people starting to use the bus as the CSOs were deployed on buses?
I don't know that I can provide a correlation to that. I don't have a way of measuring that. I do know that at some point, the community safety team, they will come up with some sort of a report with some stats and such. So if we could wait till then, that would be appreciated. Okay.
Greg, could you elaborate on boarding versus ridership?
I'm going to send you he gave me a good explanation of it. I'll send it to you, but you can ask him.
I can send that to you. Yeah. Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
And just one other follow-up to that is with the new network coming out in the summer, we're hoping to get new riders. How do we track that and capture that? Obviously, new PEGO cards that are registered to.
Yeah, we have a couple different ways of measuring these things. We generally measure our boardings through our automatic passenger counting system. So it's between 15 and 20% of our bus fleet has sensors above the doors that just count people getting on and off. So that tells us the boardings. For ridership, we need to take a look at our actual fare collection data as well. Because the ridership versus boardings, it's dependent on how many people transfer. So for example, when I came here this morning, I took 2 buses. So I was 2 boardings, but I'm only 1 rider. Not everybody transfers. So we have way to take our boarding data and turn that into our ridership data. But we'll be tracking it through that. The same methods that we do now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. It's just, I don't know, that just was amazing to me. And I think we got it on our website, but I just want to bring it up here.
Is there a plus minus in terms of non-payers or fare evaders? Do you, like in terms of boarding and ridership, are you calculating a percentage of those that don't pay?
I don't have a calculation of a percentage, no.
Hey, let's keep moving here.
Okay, our next slide is just an overview of our 2025 budget. It does include 1,661.5 FTEs. That's an increase from the prior year, and we will review the FTE changes later in the presentation. The deficit amount, which is the amount of the transfer from general revenue, is 124.0 million. That balances an overall operating budget of $261.5 million. Transit's 2025 capital budget includes 14 projects totaling $75.7 million. And we have 3 reserves which have a budgeted 2025 net withdrawal amount of $4.8 million. All of this will be covered in more detail in the coming slides. Okay, moving now specifically into the operating budget, and just a reminder, this is a service-based view.
That's great.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Are
yes.
you reporting on your retained earnings as well? You have retained earnings like water and waste does, don't you?
We do. That's not typically part of our budget presentation, but I can speak to it.
Reserve is kind of like a retained earnings. Anyway, all right.
Do you want to talk about retained earnings?
Anyway, are you using any of it for operating?
So the retained earnings balance right now at the end of last year was, it was about $6.7 million. Transit is in the process of rebuilding its own operating reserve. It's an amount that we're required to retain in order to offset future deficit amounts. And that's why it's being held for future operating deficits. If Transit in 2024 or 2025 incurs a deficit, it will go against the retained earnings balance first.
It will, okay.
Yeah, before we look to the financial stabilization reserve.
Okay.
Any money that is a surplus at this point in time that we have at the end of 2024 will roll into retained earnings. It will continue to grow that amount. We're required to build it back up to 6% of our operating expenditures. And that's what we're continuing to work on. So it's very similar to the financial stabilization reserve, but whether the money, as I said earlier, stays within the transit retained earnings or gets transferred to the financial stabilization reserve, that's a decision that I guess will be made after year end, once we see what that final amount.
Okay, thanks.
So this is a budget overview of our operating budget. Our budget does include $137.5 million in revenue. 67% of that is from the sale of goods and services, which is mostly fare revenue. It does reflect the 10-cent increase in full fare cash fares, as I mentioned, and also it reflects the WinPass fare products returning to a 50% discount off the full fare rates for 2025. You may recall that in 2024, they were held at the 2023 levels for that 1 year. The provincial support grant is 31% of the total budget. It remains unchanged in dollars from the prior year. And the other category on the revenue pie chart there includes a $2 million transfer from the Southwest Payment Reserve, as well as our advertising, charter, and interest revenue. On the expenditure side, salaries make up 57% of our total operating budget and reflect the increase of 27.63 FTEs in 2025. There is a slide on FTEs, so we'll go through that in greater detail in a few slides. Goods and services, which include most notably our bus parts, motive fuel, and Transit Plus contracts, account for 30% of our total operating costs. And there's a transfer to only one reserve in 2025. That's our Southwest Payment Reserve. It amounts to 6% of the total expense budget. And the other notable item, just to highlight on the bar graph, is the cost of debt, which is 7% of total expenses. And so combined, the cost of capital is 13% of Transit's 2025 operating budget. The net difference between the revenues and the expenditures is $124.0 million, and that is covered through the transfer of general revenue in order to balance the overall operating budget.
So that is a significant amount, right? I think it's the most we've transferred from prior years. Am I correct?
It is higher, yeah, each year. Yeah.
Okay, so that number is important when people want to come forward and say, well, let's have free transit, right? Like it's just not, we subsidize it by $124 million. Like, I don't know if people want to have free transit, find $124 million. Anyways, I always get worked up about that, but it's people, I don't think people understand how much we subsidize transit and the cost of each ride. Like your prior service-based reporting really reflects that, but, and the cost for Transit Plus. So it's significant but it's important, but it's significant. So, okay.
Given you made that point,
Okay.
we heard 31% funded by province. What is that dollar value that they're subsidizing the transit system?
It's $42 million.
42. And we're doing 120?
120 plus the 42 from the province.
124 from the city plus 42 from the province.
Right, 42 from the province. Okay.
Well, we should,
It used to be a
Right back in
50-50.
there.
Used to be a 50-50 share, did it not?
Yes, there used to be a cost sharing formula, but that has not been in place for a number of years.
So our having to subsidize keeps growing substantially then.
66 million.
Okay. All right.
So that funding from the province though, I thought that was in the basket that was pulled then from general revenue, but you're saying that's separate.
That is not included in the 124 million.
Okay,
Yeah,
from the general revenue, that's separate. Okay. Do they give it to us in the basket? Or
I
is
believe
it?
so. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
This goes further to enhance what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful.
This slide compares the 2024 adopted budget to the 2025 submission, so it's a year-over-year comparison. On the revenue side, there is a $3 million increase in revenue, and that is the result of the rate increase on fares.
10 cents brought in $3 million.
That's correct. It's about 2.7 actually. There's
Okay.
300,000 in other miscellaneous increases.
Yep.
And then on the expense side, there's an increase of $12.5 million, and that is the result of a few items. The largest one is salaries. Salaries have increased by $7.8 million as a result of three items. The negotiated wage increase in the various collective agreements accounts for $3.6 million. The cost of added FTEs to support transit operations and the extension of service into the new neighborhoods is $1.8 million. And there is an increase in the budget related to the higher cost of the workers' compensation claims that the department is experiencing. And so that was an increased budget amount of $2.2 million. There was also an increase in debt and financing costs of $3.9 million. So a lot of the city's funding for transit's capital projects are now funded through debt. And so we do see the impact of this in higher borrowing costs through the operating budget. Transit did borrow $44 million in 2024, and there is additional planned borrowing in 2025, mostly to support the purchase of buses. Additionally, there were increases in a few other accounts as well, most notably the Transit Plus contracts. Those are from higher contract costs on contracts awarded in recent years, including 2024, and a higher cost for some bus and automotive parts. These costs are partially offset by a lower budget for fuel as a result of adjusting that rate down to the average estimated rate for 2025.
So just for the record and because it's very interesting, what with the fuel tax rebate that we had, what value in fuel was saved? Do you have that handy or no?
So the 2024 budget had assumed that the provincial fuel tax holiday would be in place from January to June. So the budget did reflect that savings already. However, it was extended. And so I believe we saved an additional about $1.2 million as a result of it being extended from July to the end of the year.
1.2. So, and we don't know what it was before. What did we budget for 2024, the savings from January to June?
It would be 1.2 million. Yeah.
Okay. So it was about a 2.4 $2.5 million savings. 2.4.
Yes.
I think that's interesting. Okay.
Okay, the next slide is looking at our forecast submission. This reflects the changes that were made in our 2025 operating budget from what we had forecasted for 2025 in last year's budget process. The main changes that are causing our net increase in the deficit amount of $1.3 million are most notably the reduction that was made to fair revenue to better align with our actual amounts. So we did reduce fair revenue by $4 million. We had an increase in the budget for the workers' compensation costs, as I mentioned, of $2.2 million. We had an increase in Transit Plus contracts based on the actual contract amounts that were awarded in 2024. And that was all offset by savings in fuel by adjusting the fuel rate down, as I've mentioned, to more closely reflect the rate that we're actually paying right now. So that reduced the 2025 budget by $7 million. It was very significant. So that pretty much offset some of the increases. And we have a net overall increase of $1.3 million. The future years you'll see are lower than what we had forecasted. And that variance is really driven by the same variables that I just described, but the fair revenue adjustment was smaller and the fuel savings amount was larger. And there's also some lower debt and finance costs as we do pay off some of our older debt amounts in the future years. And so that overall created a decreased deficit for 2026 and 2027.
So when you say the fair revenue adjustment, like you anticipated more and you didn't.
Yeah, so when we did the 4-year multi-year budget, we know that fair revenue, even with increased ridership, is not returning to the levels that we had before. And we had spoken a little bit about this in last year's budget, where the ridership demographic is changing, and we're seeing more ridership in those concessionary fare categories and less in full fare. So even though the ridership is coming back, the revenue isn't returning to the same extent. So we did in last year's multi-year budget, we had identified that the fare revenue really needed to be adjusted by about $13.5–14 million. And what we see in these forecasted submission ones is that we're still working towards adjusting those outlying year fare budgets to achieve that $13.5–14 million adjustment. So in each year, we kind of are adjusting the current year that's ahead of us and those outlying years not quite to the same extent. So we're going to continue to see some fare revenue adjustments or issues with fare revenue, each budget year within this multi-year budget as we work to adjust those differences out.
Okay.
So it's not that the fare revenue amount is necessarily changing from what we had originally thought. It's just how we're adjusting it through the budget in each year. Okay, this is the salary slide. We're looking at salary budget and the FTEs. So the department has 1,661.51 FTEs in 2025. This is an increase of 27.63 FTEs over 2024, and this is the result of 3 items. The largest FTE impact is the result of expanding service into 4 neighborhoods. So as I mentioned, we launched service, expanding it into 2 neighborhoods last year. That was for a partial year, and we will be expanding into the other 2 neighborhoods this year in June. And so collectively with a full year operating FTEs for the ones we launched last year and the net additional half year for the 2 neighborhoods this year, which are Prairie Point and Sage Creek, that's a total of 16.2 FTEs that are being added in 2025 relating to expansion of service. And the majority of those FTEs are bus operator positions. Last year, we did receive additional FTEs to help support various operational areas that needed resourcing. At that time, the 2024 impact was a partial year. And so again, the impact to 2025 is just a full year from those same positions, and that's 10.67 FTEs. And this year, we also received additional FTEs for a shelter servicer and laborer position. This is related to the new infrastructure that will be installed for the primary transit network in June. This is again a partial year in 2025 of 0.76 FTE, and a full year will be reflected next year in 2026 at 1.5 FTE.
And just on that note, just because I know Councillor Sharma and I have been talking about these shelters, like what will these people be doing, the 1.5 people?
This is shelter servicing, so cleaning.
Oh, just servicing.
That's correct. Yeah.
Got it.
This is an operational FTE related
Got
maintenance of them.
Maintenance, okay, got it.
Actually,
So in all, we have total salaries and benefits of $148.5 million in 2025, which is an increase of $7.8 million. And we've discussed that variance on the last slide. The vacancy management target for the department is 23.44 FTEs. This is unchanged from last year. And there are 32 temporary FTEs included in the capital budget that are expected to be working on capital projects in 2025. I'm sorry.
can I just ask a question about the 1.5 or whatever? Correct me if I'm wrong, we're not in the capital yet, but all the proposed infrastructure stops and that is not being installed over the next over 25 or 26, is that right?
The infrastructure for the primary transit network, we've already started on it this year. We've had several bus stops constructed this year. Last year, I should say. I keep forgetting we're in 2025. In 2024, we have done a few projects that transit administered, and we also teamed up with Public Works and some of their street renewal projects to get a lot of the work done. That's going to continue into 2025 and 2026 and possibly even beyond. So it's ongoing.
Yeah, 26, but it still all won't be in place yet, right?
Correct. It's going to take a couple of years to get everything in place.
A couple more years. So the 1.5 positions, that's enough to handle the full amount of infrastructure once it's all there? Right. Probably can't answer it really, but like, are you gonna have to add another 0.5 to that in order to stay on top of all?
That'll have to be determined.
New infrastructure. Okay.
Just before we move on to capital, I just want to confirm that we have no operating budget referrals, and so that's why there's no slide on that particular topic. So moving on to capital, I did mention that our 2025 capital budget includes 14 projects. They total $75.7 million, 6 of which include ISIP funding. And the 6-year total budget is $315.9 million and includes 15 projects. So on this slide, we are highlighting 5 projects that are included in our capital portfolio. All have been previously approved for funding under the ISIP program. And the first project we'll talk about is transit buses. So this was formerly called the Transition to Zero Emission Bus Program. It's a multi-year budget, which sees the purchase of zero emission buses and the construction of the related charging infrastructure in 2025 and in 2026, and then the purchase of diesel buses thereafter. This is a new direction that we've received through the operating budget recommendation. It's recommendation CC. And it also includes a requirement for the department to report back to the committee on the impact of this decision to revert back to diesel in 2027. And we'll be doing that within 180 days of the budget being approved. So although this program includes ISIP funding for 2025 and 2026, it also serves as our bus replacement capital program going forward. And so it does have funding continuing in years beyond the ISIP funding window. And there's a capital budget recommendation as well that would provide us first call of $45 million of the 2026 funding in 2025. I'd also just draw your attention to the table that's included on the capital detail sheet for this project. It's on page 224 of the supplement to the budget book. It provides an estimate of the total number of buses that the funding included in the capital budget each year will be able to purchase. And while 2025 and 2026 reflect the spending of the ISIP funding and a catch up on prior years' low to no bus purchases coming through COVID, 2027 through 30 reflect annual purchase of diesel buses ranging from 15 to 25 buses per year. And it's just really important to be aware of and keep in mind that in order to maintain Transit's bus fleet, we need to purchase an average of 35 buses per year. So there is a significant funding shortfall in this budget for those years, and at this time, we estimate it to be approximately $92 million.
Okay, did you guys heard that? Comprehend our usage, our ridership, and, okay, Councillor Eady?
Yeah, so help me understand this. So the businesses that we contract with to deliver Transit Plus, they're not actually purchasing them, or are we transferring the money to them to purchase that equipment?
This is conventional. These are conventional buses. These are not Transit Plus vehicles. The Transit Plus service is contracted out, and the contractors are responsible for purchasing the Transit Plus vehicles. This doesn't own them.
I thought you said there was a shortage in the capital to cover off Transit Plus vehicles, no?
No transit buses.
Well, I misheard what you
Conventional
said.
service.
Well, then, so you have buses you need for the on-demand service, right?
This is for the fleet as a whole.
Just the whole.
Yeah, the whole fleet. So we do have different sizes of buses that make up our fleet, including some 30-foot, 40-foot, 60-foot buses, some of which are used for on-request service.
Right.
That's true. But on average each year, our fleet size is 642 buses. They have a useful life of 18 years. And so we need on average to purchase 35 buses a year in order to maintain a healthy fleet. And right now, the funding that is in our capital budget to maintain that fleet starting in 2027 is well below that threshold.
So what is the average age of your buses? I don't know how many years ago it was, but the average age of our buses wasn't 18 years. It was something like 20 something.
Yes.
Do you know what the average age is of our fleet right now?
And Lori, how do we stack up as well to other jurisdictions and even in North America? We've got quite an old fleet.
We do have an old fleet. Maybe Aaron or Jess could speak.
I don't know. It's just under 12 years, I believe, but is our average age rate. 11 point something.
We've got some buses that are creeping up 22 to 23 years.
Okay, but the average is 12. That's pretty good, actually.
The average means you're at your oldest bus would be double that.
Yeah.
So that's like at 20. We have buses that are 24 years old right now, which is well beyond most other jurisdictions in North America. So
That has an impact on your ability to maintain those buses, right? Additional parts, additional attention that's required on those buses. We're prone to breakdowns and things like that. So, and we're certainly seeing that.
That was going to be my next question. Yeah.
Is it in the supplement? I think it's a supplement. And which page is it that shows the buses being purchased coming up?
Yes, it's on.
It's in the supplement, right?
Yes, it's in a table. It's on page 224. So that's the detail sheet for this particular capital project. And if you look at the narrative in the bottom, there's a table there.
Can you help me understand, going back to diesel, like, so we're not going against any dollars we've received to purchase. Like, didn't the province give us money as well as the ISIP towards, net zero buses or whatever you call them?
Yeah, yes, they did. We do have a zero emission bus program. That program is not impacted by this decision. The buses that we're purchasing in 23, 24, 25, and 26 are zero emission buses, and that program will continue. It's after ISIP, after the ISIP funding is done, starting in 2027, the recommendation is to revert back to purchasing diesel buses.
But to your point, we're only purchasing 20, 25, and 15, when you're saying we're averaging, we need about 35.
35, that's correct.
Okay, well, we have to be optimistic we'll find funding.
Okay, anyway, I just.
Oh my God. Okay. And that's even buying diesel, which are less costly.
Yes, these numbers reflect diesel, and the diesel buses are about half the price as the zero emission.
And what's the cost about of a diesel bus?
The cost of a diesel bus,
Yeah,
a 40-foot diesel bus right now is about $860,000.
right.
Yeah, and a 40-foot battery electric is about 1.7 million.
Is part of the reason going back to diesel that we don't have the charging infrastructure to?
No, I believe the recommendation to go back to diesel is strictly related to the cost of purchasing the zero emission bus. With our limited funding, if we were to purchase zero emission buses, we would be buying even less than we are now.
Okay.
The next project we'll talk about is the North Garage Replacement Project. This is for the replacement of the old North Garage facility that's currently located at 1520 Main Street. The 2025 budget amount just reflects the last year of what is a multi-year budget that totals $200.1 million. Currently, this project is going through a scope reduction exercise and some redesign work after the decision was made last year to not increase the budget to accommodate the construction inflation amount that was needed to support the original scope and design for the garage. There will be a report coming forward in June, which will outline the potential impacts of the reduction to the scope of the new garage on the implementation of the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan. The primary transit network infrastructure project will provide infrastructure required to support the master plan's complete redesign of the network. This infrastructure will include dedicated bus loops, stations, and new traffic signals, among other things. And the total budget for this project is $20.4 million. The Rapid Transit Downtown Corridor preliminary design will define the project scope, cost, and design for the proposed downtown rapid corridor. The total project budget for this is $7 million. And finally, the wheelchair securement project, which, as the name suggests, will retrofit wheelchair securements on approximately 325 existing buses. Those are the ones that are purchased before 2021. Buses purchased after 2021 are already equipped with the new securements. The total budget for this project is $13.8 million. And this is also included in the capital budget recommendation G, requesting first call in the amount of $4.125 million of the 2026 budget in 2025. We have one budget referral to highlight. This is actually from the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development, but as it pertains to transit, we're including it in our budget presentation for discussion. This referral requests the capital budget in the amount of $1.063 million for preliminary design, engineering, and engagement of the Portage and Main intersection. If approved, it would be added to the scope of work for the downtown corridor project. However, this amount is not currently funded in the preliminary budget. And just to clarify with respect to process, my understanding is that this report is not on the agenda for this particular meeting, but if you do wish to put forward a budget recommendation related to it, it'll be done as a separate motion. There is not really a lot to highlight with respect to capital budget changes. The first few lines do reflect a reallocation of funds to align with department priorities. We reassess every year and address funding shortfalls in the heavy equipment program in particular. We also created a separate capital project for the water line replacement project, and that was just based on the dollar amount it warranted breaking it out separately. The other change was we rebudgeted some old funding into similar projects to clean up some older capital amounts. And this includes funding from building replacement refurbishment, hoist replacement, and heated bus shelters, which has been moved forward into a bus shelter and on-street infrastructure project. And just to clarify that this rebudgeting process just ensures that those funds remained accessible for the department. We do still need them, and they do allow those older capital budgets to be closed. And then moving on to reserves, we have 3 reserves. Collectively, they are forecasted to have activity totaling a net deficit of $4.8 million in 2025 and a year-end balance of $13.5 million. I'll just start at the top and just quickly go through them. The Southwest Payment Reserve serves to fund the P3 commitment for Stage 2 of the Transitway. It is our largest and most active reserve. The only item to highlight with this reserve is that in 2025, there's a total of $5.768 million being transferred out, a $2 million transfer to Transit's operating budget, and $3.768 million is a transfer to the Financial Stabilization Reserve. And this is disclosed in the Capital Budget Recommendation 3 on page 24 of your preliminary budget book. The Transit Bus Replacement Reserve is a reserve that's meant to fund the purchase of buses. There is $1 million in funding for the 2025 capital budget, but beyond that, this reserve is largely inactive. And the last reserve is the Transit Infrastructure Reserve, which is also inactive until 2028, at which time it will start funding the debt and finance costs for the North Garage. The funding source for this reserve at that time will be a dedicated percentage of property taxes. And that is the last slide. If anybody has any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, any questions? Committee members? I've got a question. So just let's recap these FTEs that were added for maintenance. That was 1.5, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And okay, so I'm not sure if there'll be, well, there won't be motions at this committee, but I would like to talk more with my colleagues about the support for the electric buses. So I appreciate the information you sent me. I'm going to share it with the committee members, and then we'll see what happens as it goes down the line. Okay. Yeah, so lots of positive, lots of scary information, lots of big decisions. I don't know, what's going to happen, right? We rely very heavily on fares, and we rely very heavily on being subsidized by the General Revenue Fund and by the province. So, and I don't know, federally, I don't know what's happening, right? We don't know what's happening. So, Councillor Sharma, you had a point you want to make?
You can finish if you like.
Yeah, so there's really, really positive things happening, but also things that down the line, which that was the title of that report, down the line, we're at the end of the line on some of these issues. So huge issues. So I don't know, you've offered mitigation suggestions, you've offered ideas on how we can fix some things. I don't know. Keep the suggestions coming.
Yeah, lots of challenges and opportunities always. I wanted to go back to slide 4, and if you could just elaborate on us having to align to the Accessibility for Manitobans Act regarding accessible transportation standard regulations. Teresa, I think that'd be your area. Can you elaborate on what's required, and there's a date there?
Absolutely. So the Accessibility for Manitobans Act, as we know, there's 5 standards, and the latest one was with the transportation standard. That's really removing barriers for residents of Manitoba that use transportation, whether that's public transportation or other opportunities to get around our city. And the intent of that is to ensure access for Manitobans. What's required under that is to train our operators on accessibility, not only just operators, but all of transit staff. There's safety and emergency procedures that we have to adhere to. There's I think 172 requirements from the transportation regulation standards that we'd have to adhere to and comply by January 1st, 2027. So it's a very significant impact for our city. Manitoba is the second after Ontario to have an Accessibility Act for their city. And it's really an opportunity for us to demonstrate how we prioritize our commitment to accessibility. It will be legislation by January 1st, 2027. And there's a lot of work to do between now and then.
Right, so a lot of work to do. We'll have to keep our eye on this, need some resources internally, externally, probably to get this work done. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Transit. Thank you very much. So I think now we'll break. It's 12:30. We'll reconvene at 1 hour, 1:30. Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. We're back here at 1:38, the Public Works Committee. We're reconvening our budget meeting. And now we're going to be discussing the Public Works Department presentation. When we're done that, we'll be doing fleet and parking authority. So I will probably take a break after the Public Works, like maybe a little 10-minute, 15-minute break, okay? So welcome, Public Works team. Why are you sitting so far away from us? Are you afraid? All right, and now we don't have Mr. Cantor here, so we've got everyone, or not Mr. Cantor, we don't have Mr. Berezowski here. So we have the other team, we've got everyone else here. So for the people online, maybe you can introduce yourself and
David's here too.
Hey,
David's
oh yeah, they're everywhere in here. Tucked in. Okay.
Brad Merrick, Manager of Public Works.
Hey.
Cory Nichols, Manager of the Asset Management Office for Public Works.
And Jason Ruby, Manager of Finance Administration.
Hey, welcome.
Do we have the presentation?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same one.
Okay, we'll start.
Well, good afternoon. We're here to present the budget for the Public Works Department. And we will be following the same format as all the rest of the departments presented to committees. So starting with an overview and highlights of our business plan. You start by noting that insect control, parks and natural areas and urban forestry report to another committee, and this presentation is for the 5 services reporting to this committee. Some of our key achievements in 2023 revolved around our roads construction program. So in 2023, 6.7 lane kilometers of local streets were reconstructed and 73.4 lane kilometers were rehabilitated. For regional streets, 39 lane kilometers were reconstructed and 46.6 lane kilometers were rehabilitated. Regarding active transportation in 2023, there was an additional 6,486 meters of pedestrian and cycle paths added and 3,306 meters of sidewalks. As well, we took delivery of 15 snowplows, which were added in 2023. In 2024, we made progress on the Neighborhood Action Team program, which is being built into over a 4-year period. New positions were created and rated by our Human Resource Services. And we're proceeding with recruitment and filling positions on a temporary basis.
Okay, so just like we did with transit, you got lots of information here. Maybe we can just pop in here periodically with little questions, okay? If that's okay.
For sure.
So I just want you to just explain the lane kilometers. Like, is that 1, 2? What? Like, there's a definition for that.
So the lane kilometer is a kilometer length and 1 lane wide. So like 3.5 meter lane. That's
Right.
lane
So if
kilometer.
you redo like a 3-lane stretch, a 1 kilometer would be like you'd count that as 3 kilometers.
If it's 3 lanes for 1 kilometer, that would be 3-lane kilometers.
Okay, and then the other question I have is, okay, how many of these neighborhood action team staff do we have on staff now? What union do they belong to? And I know we've got some in the queue. Ballpark.
I don't have what we currently have on staff, but they are definitely in the QP union.
It's QP.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, on our budgeting,
Is it just not under 50 or so?
yeah, we're building over a 4-year period. So once we get to fully implemented, there should be 45 people on. Budget wise, there were 16 approved positions in 2024, additional 12 in 2025 to bring our total staff to 28 approved positions by the end of this year.
And how many, we don't know how many are hired or?
We have right now 10.
10.
2 more are joining shortly.
Okay.
And, but we still need to do some analysis of how many financially we can go for 2025 based on expenses of material and equipment. So we do that. We have up to, I think, 28 FTEs in 2025.
That's correct. Yeah.
But I'm not sure that we'll be up to, but it's going to be probably under because of other expenses and the group.
Right. So what I'd like to do, and I haven't talked to the committee about this, but what I'd like to do either at the end of February or the beginning of March, I'd like to have just a little meeting offline and have you guys update us on where you're at with what they're doing, what you think they're going to do, all of that. So we'll just make a note of that, okay? Because it's interesting. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, well, I was going to ask a question about what the roles will be, but I'll wait for the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
we'll get into the
percolating
details.
through them.
Interested
I think right now you've got people that are cleaning the snow from the bus shelters. Is that what you're doing?
Or on bus stops with shelters.
On bus stops with shelters,
Yes.
they're getting cleared out better.
Right now,
manually.
manually right now in the east and then in the south side of the city, and slowly as we growing as a group, we'll be taking the north as well.
Got it.
So we're assigned by transit to take over the bus shelter stops in the east.
Right.
We grew with some more members, and we expanded to the south. We'll expand to the north. The goal is to do all those around the city, which is about 750 bus shelters.
And who directs them? Who is the?
We have the supervisor, WAPSA supervisor.
Right, but who directs the WASO supervisor? How do they know what to do? It falls under you?
Yes, the group falls under street maintenance, and the
Perfect.
supervisor reports to me.
Okay, super duper. Okay, sorry about that. Continue on.
Okay, so on the right-hand portion of the slide is our summary of our September 30th operating forecast, which showed us in a deficit of $13 million on a mill rate support basis. That is fairly typical for this department at that time of year. We were over, the main drivers of that overage was $10.3 million over in snow clearing and ice control, $2.5 million in city beautification, mainly due to spring cleanup, and 1.6. So those are fairly typical for that time of year for this department. So in the some of the improvements in the 2025 process were to address some of these perennial issues. So in the 2025 process, an additional $2.5 million was added to address the deficit in spring cleanup. An additional $1.5 million was used as a top up to snow and ice control, and there had already been some amounts built into that in the multi-year process, so that the first two items are there to try to reduce the deficit and risk of deficit for the department. The third item that was added during the process was $500,000 for additional line painting. And then there was $500,000 added in this year's process to the multi-year budget for reactionary bridge repairs.
Next.
So continuing some of the, and just as a refresher, in the snow clearing and ice control, some of the improvement that was in the multi-year budget was there was an incremental $3 million added for 4 years. So in year one, in comparison to 2023, in year one, there was an additional $3 million that moved up to $6 million off the base in 2025, not $9 million in 26, and $12 million in 27. With the additional top up during this process, it's added 3 million, 7.5 million, 10.5 million, and 13.5 million to our 2022 base.
Okay, what was the base? The base was 23 base was just wait, I think I know it. I think it was 36.
We're 45 now, so it's probably about 39.
39. Okay. Okay. Perfect.
So again, those
Right.
those are in additional amounts that should help us at least mitigate. It's significant movement towards mitigating our annual shortfalls.
Does that include the AT increase that we did too?
That would not be in the $3 million, but that would be in the base.
The base. All right. Okay.
So again, we're some significant improvements to some of our budgetary shortfalls. Some of the challenges we have. So we've made some improvements, but we still have some challenges. One of our greatest challenges that most of the activities we do are weather dependent. So generally we budgeted where we're looking at averages and things like that. And generally if you have weather that's it can really drive our costs, especially in snow clearing and ice control and spring flooding. We have seen significant price escalation in recent years on snow clearing contracts, as well as on external rentals and heavy equipment, which kind of erodes the purchasing power of our non-salary dollar budgets. And then, there have been some challenges around hiring qualified staff for the neighborhood action teams.
Are we going to talk about spring cleaning later on in the budget? Because I know we added more funding to it. I just want to be clear on what spring cleaning is, because it's more than just planting flowers.
I think this is where we had it in the presentation. So
okay. So do we want to
just a good time
because we've added money to the summer? Pardon me.
The 2.5 or the 400?
2.5.
That's for spring cleanup.
Okay, so just sort of talk about what that encompasses.
Well, spring cleanup is a 5 to 6 weeks operation where we go and sweep all the streets and most of our sidewalks and to clean after all the sand and debris that was put on during the winter. And it's being done right now by both divisions, street maintenance and parks. And
why did it need more money? Just explain why it needed more.
Well, just over the years, the more streets and more work to be done, prices, whether it's fuel costs or contractor costs went up. So just an adjustment over the years of growing in the cost of doing the same operation.
Okay.
With that, I'll turn it over to Lori to speak to some of our performance reporting.
So we'll use the next 5 slides to report back on how well we're delivering our services. We're going to highlight the citizen satisfaction survey along with one representative measure. But for a complete listing, you can refer to pages 110 to 131 of the preliminary budget. We'll start with roadway construction and maintenance. So to measure how well we're meeting Winnipeggers' expectations of well-maintained streets that are kept in safe condition, one of the measures we look at is the percent of regional and local streets in good or better condition. So in 2023, actually, we didn't collect data for regional streets because we only collect it every 2 years, but it was at 65.2% for local streets, and that excludes alleys. So our 15-year target for the multimodal funding strategy was 85% for regional and 75% for residential. And we will be looking to update that as part of the next multi-year budget. We are looking forward also to assist with the update of the funding strategy to the implementation of a new pavement management system that we have underway. So we'll be looking at automated pavement surveys every 3 years for the entire street, sidewalk, alley, and pathway network. So that will help us with our prioritization, ensuring that we're undertaking the right treatment at the right time. As far as citizen satisfaction with the condition of major streets, it had been trending upward ever since the dedicated annual property tax increase was established. However, you will notice that there's a drop in 2022 down to 40% for major roads and 39% for local roads. And the appearance of potholes in those years in 22 and 2023 were made worse by significant amount of precipitation and extended freeze-thaw cycles. So that contributed to our citizen satisfaction, despite our continued overall improvement in the condition of the street network. But that has rebounded somewhat in the last 2 years to 45% in 2024 for both regional and local. Okay, moving on to transportation planning and traffic management. So to measure how well we're meeting expectations for sustainable transportation options, we're looking at the annual vehicle kilometers traveled per capita. So currently some 80% of Winnipeggers rely on their cars for mobility, whereas the draft transportation master plan outlines a plan to achieve 50% sustainable mode use by 2050. So by assessing the annual vehicle kilometers traveled over time, it provides us insights into how well we're tracking towards this goal. In 2023, the VKT, the vehicle kilometers traveled on all city streets throughout the year, was 7,701 kilometers per person per capita. And the chart on the top right highlights the trend in VKT in recent years. So it was impacted by the pandemic, as you can see a decrease in 2020 and then a slow rise again through 2023 as we begin to return to closer to pre-pandemic levels.
How do you get this data?
That's a good question. I don't know the technology that we're using to collect the data.
Is it the phones or is it, I know downtown does that, right? With the phones, they can tell.
I don't think it is through the phones, but I can't speak to the actual technology we're using. We have been collecting it for quite some time now.
No one knows. Okay. All right.
The citizen satisfaction with management of rush hour traffic has decreased in recent years from 63% in 2021 to 53% in 2024. And again, this is likely a reflection of return to more typical pre-pandemic traffic patterns and congestion.
And construction, more construction, right? Like lots of construction. So, okay.
Okay, moving on to active transportation. So in order to achieve 50% sustainable mode use, Transportation Plan 2050 identified the need for robust, safe, and connective sidewalk and cycling networks in addition to transit. That would be having the highest impact to that measure. So to that end, we're focusing on 2 measures here that help demonstrate how well we're meeting Winnipeggers' expectations to have access to the walking and cycling network where they need it. That's to measure safety and connectivity of the network. We're looking at percent completeness for both cyclists and pedestrians. And this is a new measure. We're reporting at 34% and 73% respectively. So we've also added the citizen satisfaction responses regarding the ease of getting around Winnipeg by bicycle and walking. Currently, that's at 62 and 70% respectively, and we expect these numbers to increase over time as the completeness of the network continues to improve. Moving on to roadway snow removal and ice control. As shown in the chart at the right, after having remained relatively consistent in recent years, there was a notable decrease in citizen satisfaction with snow removal starting in 22 at 63%, which again has rebounded slightly to 71% for 2024. And again, very much environmental factor related. So we had a pretty rough winter in 21-22, and that often contributes to the citizen satisfaction in those years. So we've been working to improve our performance measure for this service alignment with snow clearing policy. And one of the measures we'd like to highlight here demonstrates how well we're meeting Winnipeg's expectation that snow is removed promptly from streets after a snow event. And in 2023, on average, we cleared 100% of P1 streets within 36 hours of a 3+ centimeter snow event, which is in alignment with our snow policy. They're doing quite well in that regard. And then finally, we have city beautification. And a new measure that we've been working on to help determine whether or not we're meeting Winnipeggers' expectations with respect to litter cleanup. It's the percent of bins in the right-of-way serviced in overflowing state. So in both 22 and 2023, actuals were approximately 2%, which is very close to our target of 0%.
Okay, while we're on that one, for the past 4 years, people have been telling me in the Public Works Department that they're coming up with some sort of app that they're monitoring garbage. So I've got emails on that. Now, Mr. Berezowski's not here, but anyone got any insight on that?
Oh,
A little bit. We developed the app. We expanded it to parks. Parks are using it right now in parks, and we use it in street maintenance, but we need to go back and analyze the data. The app is there. The app is being used.
Right, but like for 4 years, I'm waiting to hear, I have very limited garbage cans. I don't want to be parochial here, but I don't have, I'm begging for 12 flower pots out of the 200 in St. James. But anyways, garbage cans is in the same scenario. So when are we going to get data from this project that's been going on for 4 years?
Well, it was expanded to parks, I believe, in the past 6 months. I can look into that. Where is the data? Well, the data is there. Just the resources to analyze the data and bring up something that could be used as a dashboard for us to look at and analyze. But that hasn't been.
Because we understand that if we have to buy more garbage containers and the union wants more money to pick them up and on and on. But if garbage containers aren't being utilized in other parts of the city, then why can't we just move them around?
And definitely that's
the concept of the data.
One of the goals of this data is to analyze and try to figure out the best routes based on needs.
Right.
As we collect it, we get to it.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you for a meeting on that, and we're gonna work on that, okay?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that.
So the next slide is a overview of the 5 services reporting to this committee. So the 5 services total 687 FTEs or full-time equivalents, require mill rate support of $225 million. There is an associated capital budget of $197.6 million, with the bulk of that being in the roadway construction and maintenance or roads program. And this year we're budgeting for a net draw on our reserves of $12.9 million. And there's a slide on the reserves drawn later.
What's the draw for?
Pardon me?
What are you drawing on the reserves?
There's a timing difference between the on the Canada, the gas tax reserve or Canada building fund reserve. There's a net drawdown of $12 million on that, and the driver of that is there's a timing difference between when we are allocated that money by the federal government and when it is budgeted in our capital fund.
So it will be replenished.
It will be spent just over time.
But will it be replenished through gas tax?
There's an annual amount coming in from the federal government each and every year on the gas tax. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and included in the transportation and traffic management service area is actually street lighting, and there's a budget for about $14 million this year for street lighting. Moving on. So this slide is a graphical of our revenues and expenses. We have revenues of $90.2 million and budgeted expenditures of $315.3 million. The majority of our revenue are frontage levy, the big blue area in the pie graph is $83.6 million. Regulation fees at 6% is about $5.6 million, and that's things like cut restoration fees and street rental permits. The bulk of the maroon color pie is mainly for underground structures.
So we increased the service cuts, correct? The fee rate for service cuts, if I'm correct,
We
this year?
increased the rate for restoration of sod restorations.
Odd restoration.
Yes.
So what does that mean?
But that means is we generally, when we charge for, when we restore a utility cut, there's costs involved. And that's meant to be on a break-even basis. For that, we're not supposed to turn it into a profit center. What had happened over time is the rates from the private sector for sod had gone up. So in order to not lose money and to be on a break-even basis, we had to up our rates for sod restorations.
And we review that every year.
So does that mean that you move more towards seeding to
No, at the moment, we're still restoring cuts with sod and for the most part, and that we just review the cost that is costing us since the city takes on that work, we charge back the cut permit, whoever took out the cut permits, we charge them that amount for that cut.
Okay.
Moving on to the bar graph and the expenditure side of the slide. One thing to keep in mind with the expenditures is that the biggest tower, or 51% of our expenditures, is capital funding. So what happens accounting wise is money is collected from the taxpayer. It is recognized in the general revenue fund in operating. It is then transferred either to a reserve and then to capital, or straight through to capital. So there's a bit of a flow through effect in our operating as to expenditures. So about half our expenditures are really flows through to other areas. So the true budget we have for public works operating expenses is about half of that $350 million budget. Salaries and benefits make up about 20% of our expenditures, and that's $63 million. Goods and services, $89 million, or 28%. Grants, transfers, and others is 2%, or $7.5 million. Recoveries is $15.6 million, or about 5%. And 4% of our expenditures, or $11.4 million, are debt and finance charges related to past capital projects. So this slide is a comparison to of our 2025 budget to our 2024 adopted. So as you can see, revenues are very close at 1.3% increase. On the expenditure side, there's an increase of $22.3 million. And again, that's mainly due to those transfers that are flows through to capital. $14.2 million of that is the increases from the tax increases that flow through to the roads reserves. There was an additional $4.5 million for snow and ice control. So that was the $3 million incremental bill their base, plus the $1.5 million top up. There was the $2.5 million for spring cleanup, and an additional $1 million, which was planned for the neighborhood action teams. The next slide is a comparison of what our 2025 budget and what our budgets in this year's budgets were to the projections in last year's budgets. And again, the $5 million, the $5 million increase you see in 26 and 27 again was 2.5 for the spring cleanup, $1.5 million for the top up in the snow and ice control, $500,000 for the enhanced line painting, and the $500,000 for the bridge repair. This was partially mitigated in 2025 by a reduction of frontage levy transfer or flow through to the capital fund due to there being $2.9 million identified of surplus in the capital fund.
Being identified for what? Sorry.
the capital fund, the capital closure process yielded $2.5 million of surplus.
On the front, there's a
Reactive bridge repair was? What's reactive?
500,000?
Yeah.
That's to undertake repairs to some of our aging infrastructure. It could have included Louise Bridge or Lincoln Bridge.
St. Norbert Bridge,
Which one?
St. Norbert Bridge.
That we are covering under capital. That's under our annual program. But it could be for things, reactive things we're not actually planning to repair, but come up.
It got into the budget through the in the budget review process. There's the department is required to identify operating risks, and we did identify reactive bridge repairs as an operating risk. And I think the two bridges that we were concerned about at the time were Arlington and Louise.
But there's others that are that require reactive repairs, including St. James bridges. Things that are coming up, hopefully in the capital program soon, but just aren't there yet.
So how much you set aside for that again?
It's $500,000.
$500,000.
Yeah, and that's in the operating budget.
Okay. How about we had to spend $1 million this year on stabilizing the Arlington.
Yeah, that would.
Is there a possibility that might happen after this winter? And
We're hoping that with the existing Arlington Bridge closed, that we won't have to spend any more money on maintenance. We did have to spend money to stabilize it, and that's happened. That work is complete now, and we're hoping that will be it until we actually have to decommission it and tear it down.
So was it all of the stills, whatever, I can't remember what parts were failing, but all of those parts were fixed across the whole bridge?
No. There's what we call the pony trusses, which are the shorter flat ones. We replaced and retrofitted the bearings that support the trusses on top of the concrete piers,
right,
so that they can expand and contract with weather.
And we did that
Didn't
for
do
all
the ones on the big trusses. We didn't do those ones, and we're hoping we won't have to before we decommission the bridge. We don't want to spend any more than we have to on it.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just the crazy weather fluctuations on really old steel. Okay.
Okay.
So our full-time equivalents are increasing by set to increase by 8 in 2025, and that is there's two things going on there. There's an additional 12 FTEs associated with the neighborhood action teams, which we've spoke about already, and that is offset by a reduction of four storekeepers. Basically a responsibility for operating stores at 1277 Pacific over to Fleet Agency. So the four positions involved in that operation are going to be reported on Fleet's books and not my books. So it's a reduction for me, but you'll see an increase in Fleet when they do their presentation now.
Okay, so Fleet's gonna talk about that because I had some questions on that. Fleet will be talking about that?
Or you can ask them now.
So why did that happen?
It's a better operational fit for a Fleet than it is for Public Works. Previously, it reported to me in accounting. And one of the difficulties we have is with that small staff, if you have people that are away due to illness or unexpectedly away, or there's gaps when you have turnover in positions. When you're in one really small area with only four FTEs, it's very hard to backfill that. Whereas Fleet has other stores operations too, so they can have a bigger store where they can draw those resources off as needed. So it's a better operational fit for the Fleet. fleet.
Okay, so operational, and then I guess, who do I ask, Fleet or you? Costs have gone up, additional funding has been added on when people wanted to purchase something from the department, from?
No, things are recorded in inventory at cost and sold to other areas at cost. How we've made Fleet whole is we are making a transfer from the Public Works for the amount of their operating costs.
I don't know what that means, say that again.
Well, there's a cost, there's a cost to operate the stores. There's the salaries and benefits for employees. There's also the municipal accommodations charges for the facilities and a few other things, but those are the bigger ones. So there's a set amount of budgeted cost for that. And what we've done to make Fleet whole is they now have the expenses, and Public Works is going to transfer mill rate support over them to make it whole. So I have an in and out I would have had the cost before. So I get the budget for the cost. I transfer it over to Fleet.
And then you're saying items are sold at cost. There's not been an increase?
Yes.
Okay.
So quick question, the decrease to the Winnipeg Fleet Management, that's through attrition, nobody's losing their jobs, right?
But nobody's losing their jobs. It's the same for storekeeper. There's a foreman, 2 storekeeper 4s, and a storekeeper 2. Those 4 positions are now in Fleet.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Everything's the same. They just have a different boss. Okay, and our vacancy management is $3.8 million or 67 FTEs, and that's about $67,000 per year. We don't do that on a service basis. We do that on a department-wide basis, and we can usually we make that vacancy management target through the natural course of business. We're not going to defer on posting positions or not fill things purposely to make that work. There were no operating budget referrals for the Public Works department for these service areas during the year. That'll turn it over to Lori for capital.
The draft budget in 2025 across all services is 197.6 million. This is an 8.5% increase from 2024, which is largely attributed to the dedicated tax increase of 2% for regional and local street renewals within the roadway construction and maintenance service, as well as funding for Mollard Road from the province of $6 million. The 2026 through 2035 year forecasts total 1.1 billion, resulting in a 6-year total of 1.3 billion for the 5 services. Just a few notes on the specific services within active transportation. What you're seeing here at the 2.9 million is really just funding related to the pedestrian cycling program. For a full listing of our active transportation projects, you can refer to Appendix H on page 315 of the supplement to the 2025 preliminary budget. So it includes other projects outside of pedestrian cycling program like the Elm Park Bridge repairs. The total in 2025 within that appendix is 8.8 million, with a 6-year total of 92.5 million for spending on AT. We also have, just as of note in the city beautification, this includes funding for programs that are administered by property planning and development, including downtown enhancement program, the Biz Image Routes and neighborhood main streets, and Center Plan 2050. So this is a service-based view, so we are reporting them here within city beautification. And then finally, within the last 3 services identified there with the note 1, just wanted to indicate that fleet acquisitions are now being included as part of the services for 2025. So you'll see an increase related to fleet acquisitions in that year. And then finally, this budget does include a first charge request within the preliminary budget of 69.4 million to support timely delivery of our projects. And we're just requesting actually if we can increase that by 20 million as part of our budget recommendations so that we can support the Lajmodier Twin Overpass Rehabilitation Project. This project's planned for construction in 26 and 27, but having the first charge will allow us to award the contracts in 2025, just ensuring that we can deliver the project again in a timely fashion.
So where do you have it shown here? You're on the other, it was on the other page, the request for the 20 million or what?
It's not on the slide, it's come up. It's very new, the additional 20 million. So I just wanted to know.
No one told me about that. You need a motion or something? Is that what you're saying or what?
We requested just to identify it here, just for your information.
At this committee. Okay, so who's got the total and how much we can do for a first charge period on the budget?
At 60.
No, I know, but like in total, right? Everyone's doing first charges. So, yes, okay, finance department's here.
Good afternoon. I don't have the total amount per se, but I know that the 20 million that the department is requesting is within the charter requirement. Charter says we need to keep our first charges request to 30% of previous year's capital program. So we're talking hundreds of millions because we're in $500 million capital as a city. So I think the 30 million, there's room in terms of in compliance with our charter. It would be great if there could be a motion coming out of this committee if you are supportive of the request from the department for $20 million. And as Laurie has said, this 20 million is already sitting in our 2026 capital forecast. So it's in the 6-year plan. They just need authorization to do some of the work that they needed to get done in 2025, that work be authorized.
So in reality, we're not going to be spending the money in 2025. We'll be spending in 2026, but we need to award a contract in the fall of 2025. So we need to have the money authorized. So that's really all it is, because we need to start construction basically by the end of December, beginning of January, to start taking the bridge deck off.
So you're asking for the release of the funds?
Just the authorization of it, but in reality, we aren't going to be spending it in 2025. We'll be spending it in 2026. We just need the authorization.
So you're saying it's 30% of the previous year's capital for the entire city?
Correct. Correct. And we track it down.
Because we've already done a bunch of first calls.
Yes, we did. So our, thank you, Jody. So our total first call so far against 2026 capital is 115 million. So that includes the 60 million that Lori had mentioned. And Lori Fisher from Transit also mentioned some first charges. So that is included in that total of 115 million. Our target is 171 million. So we still have 56 million room to accommodate this 20 million request. Okay? All right.
And that's just for this department.
That's for this department, 20 million. We're not expecting, this is a little bit of a last minute update. We're not expecting other departments. We tried to get in front of this, of the first charges. So I'm not expecting other departments to come in and ask for more.
So no one asked me before this meeting, so I'm not making a motion here. So we'll have to move it along the food chain.
Okay.
So,
You're not gonna do it at this meeting?
no, people need to give me a heads up. I'm not gonna do it at the last minute. So I don't know if that's the mayor's office or the
To be
department.
fair, we just kind of identified it yesterday ourselves.
Yesterday.
Yes.
Did you tell anyone yesterday?
We talked about it internally. We talked to financial planning and
Sure.
review yesterday.
Sure.
So sorry we didn't. but
Sounds like
we
you're
really
working through
appreciate
it, so.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, maybe someone can draft a motion or
I'll work on it.
we'll work on it. So, okay,
Lisa,
okay.
are you
We're
at the
on.
table for a while yet, Lisa?
Okay, no, she left.
Oh, she left
Yeah,
already?
but she can be back. She's just sitting in the
Lisa,
gallery.
she's in here in the gallery.
Yeah, she's sitting in here.
Oh, we're gonna, okay. Madam Chairperson,
Yeah.
the motion that I'm about to send out,
Yes.
it really should be run by her.
Okay, we'll get her back at some point. Okay. Okay,
Okay, now moving on to some of the key projects in the funded preliminary capital budget. We have, of course, the regional and local street renewal program. So it's now surpassed the 1 billion mark over the 6-year time frame. So the current year and the 5-year forecast, including funding for the regional streets. So reconstruction, major rehabs, mill and bill preservations, some accessibility improvements, as well as tree replacement and renewals as well. We have the local street renewals for park streets, residential streets, granular roads and alleys and sidewalks and AT. So the current funding reflects dedicated tax increases of 1% for both regional and local for the 25 through 26 years. And then it does increase to 1.25% for regional roads and then goes down to 0.75% for local roads in 28, 29 and 30. And in 2027, the 2% dedicated taxes are actually being allocated to the operational needs, but it is being offset by Province of Manitoba strategic infrastructure funding. So it keeps the program whole. We have the Louise Bridge rehabilitation identified in 29 and 2030 at 39.4 million. So a preliminary design was completed recently with a Class 3 estimate, and the rehab will improve the condition of the bridge and extend the service life approximately 30 years until an expanded bridge is required to complete the remainder of the Eastern Rapid Transit Corridor. We have the pedestrian cycling program, which we spoke about a little bit already. It's 37.1 million in 6 years, which gradually increases on an annual basis from 2.3 million in 2025 to just over 8 million by 2030. This supports the goals and objectives of the pedestrian cycling strategies, which the update should be coming forward in the spring, which is used to support construction of new pedestrian cycling facilities and facility enhancements, as well as a few studies and educational awareness. The Road Safety Improvement Program, that was formerly the TEIP, Transportation Improvement. It's 36.6 million over 6 years, which again gradually increases from 2.5 million to 8.9 million by 2030. And we have another slide that speaks a little bit more to some of the achievements in this program and our plans going forward, so I won't say anything more at this time. Henderson Highway improvements. This is a new project that was prioritized through the investment planning process. So it's 50 million slated between 2027 and 2030. So it's reconstruction of Henderson from Gilmore Avenue to the city limit to improve safety and efficiency of the movement through the area by all users. 40 million of this is budgeted within the regional street renewal program. And then there's a separate project for 10 million. It's a separate project identified for improving the crossing at Buns Creek. We also have pipeline twinning identified as a new project, 4.6 million in 2027 through 2029. Again, prioritized through the investment planning process. The project will twin Pipeline Road from Leela to Templeton, including the construction of a multi-use path and improvements to the Leela and Pipeline intersection. There are developer obligations associated with it, and it's just under half of the project cost that the developer will be supporting.
Exciting projects. Okay, this is exciting.
We just wanted to do a little bit of a spotlight on some of the achievements in road safety over the recent years and going forward. So again, the Road Safety Improvement Program, you can see from the chart, the funding for it is increasing significantly from 25 through 2030 after being remaining between 1 and 2.5 million in more recent years. This is because of the multimodal roadway and bridge infrastructure funding strategy that council had approved in recent years. So some of the accomplishments over the past 5 years, of course, we had adopted the Road Safety Strategic Action Plan, which implemented a number of traffic calming and traffic signals at high priority locations that were identified there. We've also installed a number of new pedestrian crossings, upgraded pedestrian corridors with lower flashing lights, and then upgraded some rail crossing infrastructure. Moving into the future, we have additional plans in addition to continuing with the lower mounted flashing lights. That program we expect to finish off in the next couple of years. But we want to update our process for pedestrian crossing treatments so they're applied consistently and where they work the best. We want to ensure that we can modernize our process for finding and improving the intersections with the worst collision history so we can take the appropriate action there. A specific project that we're looking at in the near future is replacing the stop signs at Jefferson Rail Ave crossing with modern lights and bells. And then again, we'll continue with the rectangular rapid flashing beacon program to warn drivers that they need to slow down when they approach a crosswalk, and then as well as adding in new pedestrian corridors. So lots on the agenda for the next few years. And I think there's some good success in this area to late.
Okay. This is really good. This was, I mentioned it once already, but this was from a motion in 2015 that I brought forward to have Winnipeg. We're one of the few cities that didn't have a road safety program. And it's really important. And now we have a team in place. We've got funding that's on the increase. And this contributes to a lot of road safety for not only vehicle drivers, but for the vulnerable road user. So we have a lot of old engineered designed streets. And yeah, this is really a personal passion of mine. So, and council, because they've approved it. So that's a good thing. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, now we're going to look at the capital budget changes. So this is the changes from the forecast in the 2024 budget to the 2025 preliminary budget. There's a few to outline here. The first is within the Traffic Management Center Evergreening Program. You see there's some additional funding in 29 and 2030, and that's to add some additional cameras so that we can get overall coverage of our regional street network with our camera system. Number two, we have the new project prioritized for Pipeline Road, which we spoke to already in 27 through 29. And you're going to see in number three, the change to the regional and local street renewal program. You see the addition of 4.5 million in 2025. That's just the net of the additional $6 million that was allocated funding from the province for Mollard Road. And it's offset by a reduction of 1.5 million in that same year. And that's just really a transfer to the Portage Place project. So it's just being moved out of the Public Works project to a different program. And that's the same for the difference in 26 and 27, the 1.5 and 4.5. It's just being dedicated to Portage Place improvements. Number four, we have a new project prioritized again through the investment planning, and that's just the need to replace the culvert at Route 90 at Omens Creek, which is nearing end of life. And then at number five, we've talked about the Louise Bridge Rehabilitation Project in 29 and 2030 to extend its service life. As well as number six, which is the replacement of the crossing structure over Buns Creek as part of the Henderson Highway North Improvements Project. So all three of those are really, it's not net new funding, it's just funding that was reallocated from the Waterway Crossings and Grade Separations Program. And that's why you're seeing the reduction in those later years. It's just to offset those projects. And then, sorry, just the one more. It's the Center Plan 2050 project, again, being administered by PP&D. I think I just wanted to also make note that there was an unfunded item of 1.5 million. So this is just really for interim. The $250,000 is just for interim treatments to once Graham Avenue is closed to transit. So it'll do things that will help with AT and potential events in the area over the next couple of years until funding can be put in place for more permanent infrastructure improvements. And that's what's in the unfunded list at $1.5 million, again, within PP&D.
Okay, any questions, any comments on all this? Okay,
we can just skip this slide because it's just the same of what I spoke to. And then finally, the capital budget referrals.
Hey, wait, I don't have that slide. What slide is it? 23. Sorry? What number?
Which slide?
23. It's right here.
We skipped a slide, so, because it was just the, what I spoke to.
Right, okay, that was just the text. Okay, sure, okay. Okay,
So there are 6 capital budget referrals. The first is the traffic study at Waverly Street and Pine Hill Road. So there was some warrant analyses for traffic control signals, always stop and pedestrian crossing control. They were completed and none were warranted at this time. However, there were modifications suggested to the area for a fully protected pedestrian refuge area. Cost estimates were $90,000. It is not included in the budget at this time. Suggestion is that this would be incorporated when the street was renewed or up for renewal. Second is the Henderson Highway North improvements, which we spoke to already. So that is included in the budget. It's split between the regional street renewal program at 40 million and then additional separate capital project for $10 million for the crossing at Glen's Creek. The next two are AT related. So we have the sidewalk cost estimate on Trailside Crescent. The cost estimate we came up with was $200,000 at a class 5. And it is not included in the budget at this time. And we're looking to prioritize this along with other needs that are identified in the pedestrian cycling strategies update, which is coming forward. The same is the case for AT improvements on Lee Boulevard and Barn Street. So the Public Service did write a report favoring a bidirectional bike lane at 1.25 million. Again, to be prioritized and discussed as part of the pedestrian cycling strategies update. So it is not included in the budget at this time.
What class is the 1.2?
I believe it's a class 5, yes.
Is that sidewalk replacement, is that on a residential P3 street?
I'm sorry, I don't know those details.
You don't know that?
No.
what's your question, Ross? I didn't hear.
Well, just in regards to, that's a new sidewalk for that street, estimated at $200,000.
A bidirectional bike lane. A bike lane is what the recommendation is on Lee Boulevard and Barnes. Is that the one you're referring to?
Oh, yeah, but that's not going in the budget.
No, I was gonna say that. Okay. I'm just asking. if the-
I like it, so let's support it.
Well, I had to use LDR money for a sidewalk.
I just wanted to get a price.
Yeah, there was no local improvement, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then the last 2 budget referrals, we have Arlington Street Bridge over CPR. So we've come up with a class 3 estimate of 193.3 million for the demolition, design and construction. And that would replace the 2-lane bridge and include 2 multi-use sidewalks and reduce the bridge slope to improve accessibility. It is not included in the budget at this time. And finally, we have the gravel road maintenance south of the perimeter. And we were asked to provide an estimate to add additional gravel to a few streets in the area: Forbes, Fraser, Paul, Viert, and Milnick. The cost is $900,000 to add an additional inch of gravel. That's beyond our routine application of up to 1-inch layer of gravel every 2 to 3 years to keep the road passable. It is not included in the budget at this time.
Thanks. There's questions on all of those?
Okay, so here, at the questions part.
So I have a general question. I was trying to figure out where to ask it, but just in general, so there's these requests that are not in the budget. What is all of the frontage levy dollars allocated to public works? Is it all within operating now?
No, some of that would remain in operating and some would be flowed through to capital.
Right, do you have any idea how much is in operating? And is it assigned to, like, is that being used for our ongoing programs of pothole, all kinds of street maintenance. I imagine that's what the operating portion is being used for.
Couple questions. I mean, we budget for expenditures in operating, for the department wide, and then it is funded. So we don't budget for specific items by the funding source in the operating. And I'm just gonna look up the flow through to a capital of the
So what are we reporting is, so we do report under service-based, we report where the money's coming from, right? Whether it's property taxes or whatever, right?
correct.
What portion overall do you show for operating on the revenue side from frontage levy?
That was that's the majority of our revenues. That's the it was on an earlier slide.
Jason looks that up on the capital side. It's 17.8 million for the first 3 years, and then 27.8 for the last 3 years. So that's what
For the capital.
Yeah, and it's also going to support the regional and local street renewal program.
Right, okay, it's shifting back over into there.
Yeah, I have in 2025, I have $14.9 million being transferred from operating to capital from branch levies.
So I have some question. I have a motion actually I'm moving on, well, that's a lengthy title for it, but the Arlington Bridge replacement. So you have a draft capital sheet there. I'm proposing a motion that would put that, well, the beginnings of that project into the capital program. I'm just struggling to figure out where the debt servicing operating costs are coming from.
You want Lisa up here to talk to finance?
Yeah, just, I've calculated a recommendation, so I'm looking at a 2026, $23 million debt plus 6.325 million over the period of construction to 2031. So for a total of 29.325 million for authority in 26 would require a first call. But so I'm just struggling that over the period of time, the 6.325 million. I'm struggling to try to figure out where that might come from. Was the 23 million is debt. So I'm just trying to figure that out. Lisa, do you?
So Councillor, so why 23 debt? So why not the entire 29 million? Is there a rationale for that split?
You want to borrow the money to pay the interest to? Is that what you do?
That's the 6.3 million? That's the interest?
Well, there's there's 5.5%, 5.5%, 6.325 million.
Okay.
On 23 million. So the authority for spending would be the 29.325 million.
I see.
Are you saying you did issue debt for the whole 20?
That's usually how we do. We issue what the department needs. Like I thought the department needs, I'm gonna look at Brad here to help me. That the department needs 30 million. So which is consistent with your 29 point, I don't know where the 29.35 is coming from now.
I just want you to know, you can ask Brad. I worked some numbers out with Brad. discussion about detail and moving it forward. The reality is that in our budget circumstance, we're not going to borrow the whole 166.3 million to do the project. I want to keep this thing moving forward, and there's a couple of essential things that need to happen, which is take the bridge down so it doesn't cost us any more money, as you heard, right? And continue more detailed design to come up with a higher cost estimate as we go to the other levels of government to find money, help offset the cost of replacing the Arlington Bridge.
So council, I'm gonna be really accountant here for you. So the interest that you need to capitalize is only during the construction period. So it's not for 30 years. You're calculating 5.5% times 23 million. That's not how that works.
That's per year, or is that?
That's, yeah, that's per year.
Yeah,
When
so I calculated that on 23 million.
Right, so when I calculated it, councillor, based on including the debenture issue expense, because for our operating budget, we also need to set aside funding for principal repayment, because that's part of our budget. So I calculated the interest to be annually, not including the capital. 1.5, 1.6, you're correct, councillor. So around that amount is what we need to find in the operating budget.
For 25,
For 26 or 27, whenever the department is cash flowing it. But if we borrow 23 million in 2026, 1.6 will be the annual interest and principal payments. Okay, so for this group, for budget purposes, we need a motion to authorize the 23 million additional debt. The impact on the operating budget, unfortunately, I don't know what the funding source should be on the operating side of things. I just don't have that answer for you. I don't know. I'm in the same situation as you are. I don't know where to get the funding source for it, unfortunately.
Okay, so what's not clear to me, if you look at the draft sheet, the project is $166.3 million.
Right.
All in class 3. But the authority being requested in the spreadsheet is 190 something million, because there's during construction, there's $27 million worth of a little over of interest to the end of the construction period, right? So if I'm borrowing 23 million in 26 instead of the 166, don't I have to add in the interest cost over the construction period, which would end in 2031? Because of the way I'm proposing to do this, a new bridge would not exist until 2031.
I believe that is correct.
Yeah, so initially we identified that we needed 30 million over 2025 and 2026 in order to commence the design, commence the decommissioning of the existing bridge, and take down the decommissioning of this bridge. That would be the gate. At that point, we need the rest of the money to tender the new bridge works. So what we discussed was, if we don't get the full 30 million, we would probably defer the decommissioning until 2027, which isn't the worst thing in the world, because it's going to take us a while to work with CN or CP basically to come up with the plan to actually get it in the yard and decommission it. So that would delay, as you said, the project from being completed in 2030 to 2031. So like the 20 to 23 million, because we wouldn't be able to award the decommissioning until we had all that 30 million in place. So we'd be awarding that by the beginning of 2027, assuming we got the additional funding sources in 2027. Hopefully that makes sense.
Of the 30 million.
So that would still work for us to get the that gets us the design
Like the
started.
23 keeps it moving. I want to keep this moving. There needs to be. I won't get into the political discussion. Trying to move this forward in a way that I can get support of council. Before it. So anyway, the 23 is enough to keep it moving, right?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Okay,
We would just defer, the decommissioning contract until 2027. We plan for 2027. But we would need that additional 7 million of funding in 2027.
By 2027.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
And
so then we're not gonna work-
But then you're gonna need the rest of the construction
By 2028.
by 2028.
Yeah.
So, okay. Okay.
okay, so then your motion, Counselor Edie, the numbers will change in your motion, correct?
Well, I still think I have to say there's authority for the interest costs over 5 years. The 23 plus the 6.325, which is the 1.6 times 5
Can you
years.
specify that, or can you just leave it as interest?
Pardon me?
What, do you want it specified, Lisa, or do you want it generalized?
Well, I broke it down.
General is.
To include interest costs?
Yeah, yes, and just say 29.325 million, Councillor, and if there is political support for the motion, Councillor, as we work through the budget process, we will refine the numbers as needed. I'll work with Public Works to ensure that we have the right numbers in both capital and operating budget. The important thing is to get it moving, as you said, to get it approved in this committee, and then we can see how, and we'll figure out the numbers at our end.
Yeah.
Okay?
Keep the project on the grid.
On the, yeah,
Yeah,
not that bridge,
We
okay?
just stop and say there's no money.
Yeah,
If it helps, you could even say $20 million in 2025 and 2026. We would need the remainder of that funding to actually award the decommissioning contract in 2027.
Okay, that would be better. Let's write it up like that.
Okay.
Okay, so do we write it up like that?
Reflects more of a wholesome discussion.
Yeah.
So you need 20 million?
It
10
would
and
probably
20.
be slightly less, but let's say 20 million right now.
Okay, let's do 20 million. So that's debt in 26 though, and you're gonna do a first call, right?
We need a first call in 2025 and 2026, since we started work this year.
You would need it because you need money this year to
We have
stay.
to start planning right away. We would.
Okay, so what I understand is a first call in 25 on the 26 budget in the amount of 20 million for the demolition of Arlington Bridge.
For the detailed design and decommissioning of the existing bridge and detailed design of the new bridge. Yeah, we have a description on a detail sheet. It also include like commencing property acquisition and early railway works as well.
Okay, so you're gonna make that motion up and send it to us, tweak it and send it to us?
So Lisa, quick question. So that's the capital side, is the 20 million funded by debt.
yeah.
But then once the debt repayment is, there's gonna be an operating impact. I'm not sure we're picking that up right now.
Yeah,
Well, I guess we'll work through that.
we'll work through that,
Okay,
correct,
thank you.
correct, okay?
That's in the detailed breakdown though. The authority line though is the full amount, right? Is it not?
Okay, so we're at the motions part now, I gather.
Well,
Questions, Councilor Chambers?
yeah, I still have my gravel roads to discuss.
Okay, so are you basically done the presentation then?
There was just one more slide on the
Sure.
reserve projections.
Sure,
So-
reserves, right. Okay,
So, yeah, there's three reserves, the Canada Community Building Fund, the local streets renewal reserve and the regional streets renewal reserve. So, monies that are from, the dedicated property taxes are transferred to the local street and regional street renewal reserve, and they are then flowed through and budgeted to transfer out into the capital fund to support capital projects. So for the local street renewal reserve, there's a transfer in of $78.7 million and a transfer out of $78.8 million, or basically transfers in are the same as transfers out. On the regional street renewal reserve, there's a transfer in of $65 million and a transfer out of $65 million. On the community building fund or gas tax reserve, the allotment for 2025 is $50.5 million. And the budgeted transfer is out to support capital is $63.6 million. And the transfer out is greater than the allocation because there's past years, prior years, gas tax that has been allocated to the city and budgeted out in our capital a little later due to the time, due to needing timing to get certain projects going.
Okay. All right. Now, questions? Comments, questions?
Yeah, so number 6 on the capital budgets referral. You know, the recommendation is $900,000 to add 1.5 inches of gravel. Last year, I mean, for the last 2 years, it's been really difficult, you know, throughout the spring and summer with respect to the gravel roads in the Saint Germain and Vermette area. You know, we've been out there a couple of times now trying to determine what the issues are. We recognize that drainage is one of the issues. A lot of culverts have been replaced. But the actual amount of gravel that has been placed on the roads has only been in sections where it's been soft and not necessarily meeting the gravel roads manual in terms of the application of 1 inch every other year.
Well, the 1 inch is every 2 to 3 years if required to keep it passable. That's the policy.
So based on the photos that I've seen, based on the concerns that have been coming out of the area, based on the fact that, you know, school bus drivers and delivery drivers, whether it's food, whether it's medication, have indicated that they'll stop delivering to that area because their cars are being wrecked. Tells me that more is needed, you know, in terms of having safe, passable roads. So looking to get this $900,000, whether it's the entire $900,000, whether we do this in a staged approach, doing one street every year to you know, defray out those costs. I'm looking for a way of getting this done because it is about safety. It is about the fact that, you know, some of these properties do pay large amounts of property taxes and deserve. You know, we just took away the $250 tax credit that they were receiving, the minimal municipal tax credit. So, you know, looking for some improvement in the road conditions in the Saint Germain Vermette area.
Okay, so I was talking to Mr. Cantor yesterday. Thanks for getting back to me. We were looking at one avenue, but it didn't really work, right?
The lanes local improvement is defined as a program for improving lanes, gravel lanes, whether it's program mixing that we do, or the local improvement program for the residents support. So, and that's being accounted for the coming year. There's, I think, 2 lanes there that plan to be.
But you're saying the lane that you're saying that program doesn't apply to roads.
Based on description approved in the budget book by council,
Sure.
it doesn't apply for.
So how can we help them out here without finding $900,000? Where are you going to find it from, Councillor Chambers?
Well, seeing a reserve out there.
No, like every penny in the reserve is
accounted for?
is earmarked for something in capital, so it's already taken.
Can he rearrange some of his roads that are listed for locals and, well, probably not regionals, but locals? Can he rearrange some of his local roads? Could he work with the department to rearrange some of his local road projects?
Not that the local roads are any less important.
I know, well, I know.
So you're trying to get a couple extra local roads done?
No, this has been an
I could
ongoing.
use a couple more extra.
This has been ongoing, not only in my time in office, but going back to Councillor Mays, Councillor Steves, Councillor Angus, like it's been, I'm certain that, I don't know if you've ever dealt with
I
it.
didn't ever think of it.
But it is, you know, it consumes a lot of time during the summer because the roads are simply not passable coming out of the spring. And every time it rains, they revert back to impassable conditions, large potholes and washboard conditions. So it's a matter of you know, getting a proper base on there and crowning it so that the water drains off properly. Placed a ton of culverts out there for better drainage, but the roads are, you know, sub-base and base, in my opinion, are
They're really
critical.
shot, like they really
They're
need to be rehabbed. So like, and the residents don't want to do any local improvement or they don't want to do any of that. Like they're not.
Well, they're feeling that they're paying high enough taxes, and I know that it's because of larger properties and larger houses out there, but again, we just took away the $250 tax credit, and that added up, that was $400,000 a year based on the entirety of the city. So, I mean, that's extra money, or money that the city should have.
So their developer decided they didn't want to pave the road. So when they bought the house, it costs less because the road wasn't paved.
Yeah, and according
So therefore, it doesn't, why you want to talk about paying property taxes when they got a house for cheaper because the developer didn't have to pave the local road.
But according to our policy, we maintain those roads to passable conditions. And from what I'm hearing, they're not passable conditions.
Right.
Just want to add that we, in 2022, after the winter that we had, over 270 meters, remember we had support from the province and we added a lot of gravel.
Right.
Yeah, but that was throughout the entire city.
100%, but we can find where we added in that area, and that didn't change dramatically. At the end of the day, the condition after a rain event. After a rain event, it's just a chase for that window to find where it's going to be a bit dry, start working on that. It's a struggle as being a gravel lane. Gravel road.
Again, with the response back from the department, from yourself and from others in Public Works, you talk about continually the road has to be crowned to allow for drainage. And there's not enough base on the road right now to allow for that drainage, as well as the, you know, and this is something that we've talked about as well, the experience of the drivers and how many years that they've had on, and the fact that it does take an experienced driver to create those conditions. So, you know, we need to figure this out. We need to get on the right page, same page on this.
No, 100%. I'm just not sure that adding another inch of gravel will solve the problem itself. But again, if the funding is available, we will.
Okay, so maybe what we could do is take like a 15-minute break. I have to do a phone call. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll get all our motions in line. I think we've got 3 motions. We've got kill the snow clearing situation. We'll talk about that. We didn't talk about that. We'll do Councillor Edie's and whatever you're cooking up.
And I've just sent the motion back with regards to the first charge.
First charge. Okay, so we might have 4 depending on what you cook up.
We also have more presentation.
Do I have to do a motion? I mean, the motion's already been done to send this to budget referral.
Well, it's a question of where the funds would be found.
Kind of in the budget right now.
Okay.
But there's.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Budget.
Yeah.
I need to.
Well, we were gonna do the referrals now, so these guys don't have to hang around till those presentations. So we were gonna do the Public Works budget referrals now.
Okay.
I like that
Okay.
idea.
And then they can go.
Good.
Okay.
All right, take the break and I'll consult with.
Okay. All right, I'm reconvening the special committee meeting of Public Works, discussing the budget. Now we're at the point in the budget presentation with Public Works where motions will be coming forward in relation to the budget.
Well, usually we wait for all the motions until later when we've dealt with all the presentations.
Well, we're not gonna do that today. We're gonna do the motions for Public Works now when the Public Works people are here, and then they can go away.
Okay, we can certainly discuss them. And then when we get to the budget presentation or the budget recommendations later in the agenda, they'll be captured and then we can vote on them then.
That's actually the correct process.
Okay. So we don't need, like, we'll talk about it now, we'll all get all on the same page, and then we can let them go. We won't make any more changes, okay? So,
Although, should we wait for Councillor Edie then?
well, we'll talk, yeah, we should wait for Councilor Reedy, sure. I think he's coming. Yes, here he comes. And then maybe you recap it to him, okay? Okay.
It's open too. I could be doing media calls downstairs while I just.
Okay, so we've had some, little bit of updated information here, Councilor Reedy, that the clerk will inform you of.
Okay, so what I understand is currently there are 3 motions that are being proposed. The first one is on the operating side, Councillor, that's to do with the snow clearance.
Yes.
And that is to simply delete the draft recommendation 1AA and 1AAI, and that's to do with the pilot project to raise the snow clearance threshold from 10 centimeters to 15.
Right, so we'll let the department say whatever they want to say about that. That's the motion that I'll be bringing forward. We won't be bringing them forward right now to vote on them. I guess we'll be bringing them forward at the end of the meeting. But we want to let the department go, so okay, so the motion then that I'll be bringing forward here is,
That the preliminary 2025 operating budget under the preview of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works be amended by deleting recommendations 1AA and 1AAI.
okay, so that's the motion I'll be bringing forward, not to proceed with the pilot. Any comments from the Public Works Department?
I mean, we'd asked Mr. Berezowski to comment on the pilot. And I'm just gonna read his email into the record, and it said, it would not be considered as much as a reduction in service as we continue to plow streets. We are piloting 15 centimeters as a guideline for decision-making, as many events around the 10 centimeter mark are questionable as to whether a residential street requires a full road cleaning. Take, for example, the first and last events every year, they are around the 10 centimeter evaluation, and most often they are not cleared. The thinking is 10 centimeters is something more decisive in visual assessment and takes away the citizen political issues related to why we aren't plowing, even though it's a guideline combined with drifting and other issues. So what Jim is intending to convey is that at the 10 centimeter level, there is usually some debate as to whether it needs to be cleared or not to be cleared. When you get to 15 centimeters, it's pretty clear that it has to be cleared.
Yes, and in speaking with many operators, a lot of the operators said, look, it depends on the type of snow. If it's a light fluffy snow, if it's a heavy wet snow, depends if there's packing already or no packing. Snow is a very variable thing, right? So we didn't take money out of the budget from as if it was a snow savings initiative. We're always open to pilots and innovation and trying things. We do deliver probably the best snow clearing in Canada. Maybe not, Montreal puts more money into it, but honestly, I would highly argue that we deliver stellar gold medal type. And we won trophies for the snow and ice removal throughout North America. So lessons to be learned. People are passionate about their snow, right? They're very passionate about their snow. Now they actually know 10 centimeters, 15 centimeters. So because it didn't have a hit on the financial part, and it was an idea that the Budget Working Committee brought forward, my main reason for not really supporting it is I did hear a lot from people from a mobility standpoint, that we're concerned about mobility, and we can't afford to put sidewalks on every street. So a lot of people use streets, a lot of in the suburbs, a lot of people use the streets to get to the bus stop or to get to a sidewalk. So, you know, I think for now, kudos to the budget working group for looking at innovative potential projects, but I'm putting a motion forward to basically kill that pilot project.
So is the accumulation of snow the only measurement that we're using, or the only tool that we're using to trigger snow removal? I mean, can we not look and say, well, wind is, you know, in terms of whether it's blowing snow, is there more snow forecasted in the next couple of days? Are we just using the accumulation of snow as the measurement for triggering a snow removal?
Not for residential streets. For residentials, we don't. We have that, if it's under 10, but has lots of blowing conditions and there's no passable streets, if it's a big portion of the network, we might come and then plow, or we do the trouble spots. But usually over 10, we start looking at residential streets. We look at the type of snow, as what the chair mentioned, the type of snow, blowing winds, if it's compacting or not. So it's really based on conditions. Usually above 10, we start looking at this, but not often we plow around 10. We usually, based on historical, we plowed usually over 15.
Dr. Sharma?
I just, Madam Chair, wanted to thank you for the motion that you brought forward. I agree completely with that. I think it was good to bring it forward. Discussion was had. I did hear from residents in my ward and across the city on this, and it was a bit concerning. As was mentioned by yourself and Mr. Cantor, it's not an exact science. This is based on conditions. And so there was a lot of concern coming forward about possibly trying this pilot and not really seeing a lot of savings or results possibly from it. So I'll be supporting your motion. Appreciate it coming forward today. I know we had some discussions prior to today as well, sharing some of the feedback we had from residents. So I want to thank you. I appreciated seeing the mayor also commenting on this particular topic. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Well,
Councillor Eady?
we're not voting.
No, we're not voting on it, but where are you?
I would just. So I think Mr. Cantor's made it clear, and you made it clear, this was a pilot regarding the street, not the sidewalks.
Yep.
You probably got a lot of calls from people who use wheelchairs who are using the street, but there are sidewalks. But the problem is the sidewalks are not passable. And the streets, however, are. Why? Because motor vehicles with lots of horsepower create spaces on residential streets that work for wheelchair users. So they use it. And I do that too. If a sidewalk is not passable, I walk in the middle of the street down where the snow's packed, and when I hear a car coming, I pull off to the side. So, you know, I don't know what we've done for all residential sidewalks. I know that we have a certain snow clearing related to AT trails, sidewalks like that, schools. But in general, you know, when are we taking care of the sidewalks? Because really, that's what needs to be passable for wheelchair users, walkers, and so on. We can't clear it to the right to the base. We do it on regional streets. Over, you know, it may not happen eventually right away, but our regional streets do get cleared to the grade. So, you know, that's a good thing, but our condition anyway. So this pilot, this is for the streets. You know, I'm not worried about motor vehicles again. The difference between 10 centimeters and 15 centimeters is nothing for a motor vehicle. So.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so now we're all in agreement on that. So we know we don't have any more questions for the public service on that. So let's talk about the second motion. I think what we'll talk about now, just while the public service is here, is the first call of $20 million. Thank you, Councillor Chambers, we're working with the clerk on drafting that up. And that is to do a first call for 20 million for the Lage Twin Overpass rehabilitation in 2025. Are we all, in support of that? Do you have any questions for the public service?
Would you like me to read it into the record?
Please.
Yeah, perfect.
So whereas the Lage-Modier Twin Overpasses rehabilitation is identified for construction in 2026 and 2027 in the 5-year forecast of the 2025 budget allocation, and whereas a construction contract needs to be awarded in 2025 to commence construction, therefore be it resolved that the preliminary 2025 capital budget under the purview of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works be amended to authorize capital expenditures in the amount of $20 million for the Lage-Modier Twin Overpasses rehabilitation in 2025 or prior to the adoption of the 2026 capital budget as a first charge against the general capital fund in accordance with subsection 288 brackets 2 of the City of Winnipeg Charter to facilitate timely work on this project.
Okay, so everyone's cool with that? No questions to the public service? All right. Now, Mr. Clerk, do you want to read in Councillor Edie's motion regarding Arlington?
Yes, so I have worked with our folks in finance, similar motion, that's the preliminary 2025 capital budget under the purview of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works be amended as follows. 1, that a new capital project be created for the replacement of the Arlington Bridge for $20 million to be authorized in 2026 capital forecast. And 2, that capital expenditures in the amount of $20 million be authorized for the Arlington Bridge in 2025 or prior to the adoption of the 2026 capital budget as a first charge against the general capital fund in accordance with subsection 288 brackets 2 of the City of Winnipeg Charter to facilitate timely work on this project.
Okay, anyone questions,
I'm
discussion?
gonna ask for a simple amendment.
Pardon me?
I'm gonna ask for a simple addition to it. It doesn't involve the first call. I heard that in 27, if the other 10 million is not available, the tearing down of the old Arlington Bridge isn't gonna happen. Because they need to be able to tender it out. So I would suggest adding 10 million in the 2027 in addition to the 20 in 26.
Okay.
Just because ultimately we need that bridge to come down. As we heard, the public service is hoping they can get it down before it needs more money invested in it so it doesn't destroy the CPKC yards.
Okay, so you're adding another 10 million in 2027?
In 27 though, yeah.
Okay,
That's
comments on that, Mr. Nernick?
Councillor E is correct that the 20 million will get us the planning for the decommissioning, the detailed design for the new bridge, and early railway works, and we can commence property acquisition. But in order to award a contract to decommission the existing bridge, like demolish it, we will need that extra $10 million. The $30 million we originally identified was to include that demolition contract. So all it would do is defer the demolition from 26 to 27, which is okay. It's probably actually better.
Okay, well, you just said the $20 million covered the demolition and design.
Planning for
the demolition.
It covers the demolition and planning for the demolition.
No, it covers the planning for the demolition. We need $30 million to do the demolition and undertake the detailed design of the new bridge. It's just that we would delay that $10 million an additional year.
I thought the demolition, all of it was $16 million.
16.8.
16.8 is just if you did the planning and the demolition of the existing bridge.
It's 16.8, planning.
And it was gonna happen in 26.
Great. 16.8 is planning the demolition and the demolition.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's the engineering and the demolition.
Sure.
For the bridge.
But then
the
there's
remaining money is to actually start the property acquisition for the new bridge, undertake the detailed design for the new bridge, and undertake some early railway works that would be required for the new bridge.
So, and just to be clear, like if that stuff doesn't start this year, like, and then the 27, we need the 10 million to get the bridge done, right? So,
If you delay those other steps, then the new bridge would not be in service by 2031.
Okay. Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, do you want?
it still leaves a number of years to convince the provincial and federal governments they should chip in to pay for their new bridge.
Okay.
Okay, so I have received a sharpening up of number 1 of that motion.
That's right.
So I'll just reread the entire motion with the addition of the third point. So we're amending the budget as follows. Number 1, that a new capital project be created for the demolition and detailed design work related to the replacement of the Arlington Bridge for $20 million to be authorized in 2026 capital forecast. 2, that capital expenditures in the amount of $20 million be authorized for the Arlington Bridge in 2025 or prior to the adoption of the 2026 capital budget as a first charge against the general capital fund in accordance with subsection 288 brackets 2 of the City of Winnipeg Charter to facilitate timely work on the project. And 3, that funding in the amount of $10 million be added to the 2027 capital budget forecast for the decommissioning of the existing Arlington Bridge.
Okay, can you send that to me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so do people have any questions or discussions on that? Okay, that's good. Okay, department. I guess that's it for the department. Any other public works chat?
We can speak to that motion later as well.
Yeah, we can speak to it later as well. Yeah, because this was just so we can allow them to go. Hopefully they remember that wonderful release of. And they're preparing for this big snowstorm that's coming, so. Okay, all right, so now, who do we have up next? Which is it? Fleet.
Yes.
Okay, please, you send a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
You want to run it from here? Oh, no. If you want, you can just walk here. It's perfectly fine.
With the notes show up.
Well, yeah, because we're gonna stream here from here.
Oh, okay.
Reach to go.
What's your reports?
I'm a tour person.
Okay,
I used to have fleet under community services.
yeah,
And
please moved
I
around.
just want you to know, I've never been support. The continuous decline, please. And its ability to operate.
All righty. Good to know. Okay, what did you say, Councillor Chambers? What reports?
Well, the business parking and filtering and.
They're just.
Oh, yeah, no,
business plans, I guess.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we could, what we've done always, we seem to punt them to our next public works meeting, but the actual business plan, but it's up to you guys, so.
It's closely tied to this majority.
I know.
We just want the budget.
We never quite learned that we need to meet in 2 days.
Remember the days when we had our committee meetings first? Okay, are we ready? Everyone's here. We've got the team from Fleet.
Some quick introductions. Dennis Bonowitz, the Fleet General Manager. With me is Joseph Martin, is our Finance Manager, and Joseph will walk you through our budget presentation.
It's different than the draft one we had and bigger.
Okay, so this is the preliminary budget for Fleet Management Agency. The agenda is to go over the service highlights and business plan statements, followed by performance reporting, followed by budget highlights and overview, and then the service-based operating budget and the capital budget. Reserve projections are not applicable for us, and then any questions. So for service highlights and business plan statements, under key achievements and goals, Fleet Management Agency installed new automatic vehicle location devices in our fleet vehicles in 2024. Those devices have expanded reporting capabilities and functionality. We reviewed fleet utilization with the Fleet Oversight Committee to identify fleet efficiencies. We're in the process of implementing a new fleet management information system. Expanded use of Canadian Cooperative Buying Group as a streamlined, expedient procurement option. And we're reviewing the results of an all-electric vehicle study for a phased approach to electric vehicles and infrastructure. Some of our challenges in the 2025 operating budget are a lack of funding for vehicle replacements, increased times from order to delivery of vehicles, and as a result of that, increased repair costs, increased downtime for an aging fleet, with risks involved, including increased rentals and potentially increased hired equipment costs. We've also at Fleet experienced price increases that have exceeded CPI for fleet procurements, external rentals, and for parts and other fleet-related expenses.
Okay, so like we did on the other presentations, if anyone wants to pop in and ask a couple of questions, I'll just ask one on this one. Implementing the new fleet management information system. Do you just want to elaborate on that a bit?
Sure. We're about midway through a project to implement basically what it's called is it's an AssetWorks fleet management system. That's replacing some older programs that we have. Currently we have a kind of an in-house fleet management solution that we utilize for our billing and some of our fleet statistics. And we've got this older technology that we're utilizing for our work orders with regards to what the mechanics use. So this new system is going to be replacing both of those older systems.
Okay, any comments, questions? Okay, let's move along.
Okay, with regards to performance reporting, under performance reporting, goal 1 on the left-hand side, there you can see operating costs per vehicle kilometer. So those costs have been rising from 2022 to 2023, rising from 69 cents a kilometer to 80 cents a kilometer. And this is primarily due to rising costs for maintenance that we've been experiencing for our fleet, which is aging. Just below that, performance goal 4, we continue to experience longer times from purchase order to delivery. So in 2023, those times were what was approximately 40 weeks. In the top right-hand corner, there's a pie chart that highlights the age distribution of our fleet vehicles. If you add the 3 slices in the left, top left of that pie chart, those are the vehicles that are between 11 to 15 years old, 16 to 20 years, and then 20 years plus. So those are all the vehicles that are over 10 years old, and that represents about 33% of our fleet at this time. So the age of our fleet and deferred replacement of vehicles and equipment has impacted the city department satisfaction. So the city department satisfaction, that's in the bottom right-hand corner. And that's been approximately 60 to 75% over the last 4 years.
Okay.
2025 budget overview. So for a service-based overview, operating revenues and expenditures for fleet are approximately 56.2 million in 2025. FTEs are 114. And our capital budget is 0.8 million. So since this is a service-based view, that 0.8 million capital budget, it excludes approximately 22.2 million of fleet assets, fleet asset acquisitions that are reported in various other city services. So I've got a slide later on in the presentation that details those fleet asset acquisitions and what services they're being reported in.
Okay.
So moving on to the service-based operating budget, for revenues, we've got the pie chart on the left here is a breakdown of our revenue categories. The largest category is the fleet leases. That's 27.8 million, 49%. That includes our capital leases, which fund the purchase costs and the interest and debt related costs for our vehicles. And then it also includes the operating lease charges, and that funds the regular repair and maintenance for vehicles. Second largest category is fuel. So fuel is approximately 11.2 million and 20% of our revenue. Fuel in the 2025 budget is budgeted at $1.32 plus carbon tax of 20 cents. So a total of $1.52 for unleaded. That's the budget for 2025. Consumables and damages is the next largest category, 11% or 6 million, followed by rentals. External and internal rentals are budgeted at 4.2 million or 7%. And then insurance is budgeted at 2.6 million or 5%. The other category includes various other expenses, and that is 4.3 million or 8%. On the right-hand side, we've got a breakdown of our expenditures. So largest category is depreciation and amortization of our vehicles and equipment at 14.8 million or 26%, followed by material parts and supplies, which is 14.6 million or 26%. That includes expenses like fuel and auto parts. Services is 12.1 million or 22%, and that includes things like vendor repairs and insurance. Next is salary and benefits at 11.4 million or 20%, and then other being 0.9 million. In comparison of the 2024 adopted budget to 2025, revenue and expenses are both increasing from 2024 to 2025 from about 55.5 million to 56.2 million. This is due to that transfer of central stores. So this was talked about in the Public Works presentation. Central stores is being transferred to WFMA. It is funded by Public Works. So we got an increase of our revenues offset by an increase of our expenses to pay for that division. It's approximately, I believe it's four FTEs.
So, in relation to the central stores, I just want to confirm it with you. Is that so that prices haven't changed? There's not been an increase in prices?
Yeah, like Jason had mentioned, the way it works is they're just going to do basically a one-line transfer to us for those costs. The accounts are just going to be reported in our fund, and within Public Works, they'll be reporting that same cost to one line, basically transferred to fleet. So for us, it's just an increase of revenue and expense, with the two being equal. And for Public Works, they're just going to be incurring the same expense, but they'll be incurring it all in bundle.
So there's no markup in any of the services or products at all?
We're not planning to mark that up. This was more of just a change so that the reporting structure could be changed.
And I guess you don't do you speak to the staff that are in there? Do you talk to them that they're moving, or did you do consultations or anything?
Yeah, all prior to that, we brought in the union as well. We involved them. And we met with them, let them know what was happening.
What union are they?
UP.
QP. Okay. So products and services aren't being increased, the prices aren't being increased. Okay. And do they move the physical location is moved? The physical location is the same, it's just a reporting.
Yeah, they will probably do some cross training so they can get familiar with our business, line of business, and our staff are familiar with theirs, because now it expands the availability. They only have 3 or 4 staff there where we have 8 or 9. So we are able now to cover both areas in case of a short sick or vacation or whatever it may be. So it just expands their knowledge base.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Moving.
So comparison of the 2025 projection from the 2024 adopted budget. We were previously forecasting a deficit in 2025 of about 0.5 million, and we're now forecasting roughly break even. That's due primarily to 2 transfers. So there's a couple of additional transfers that are being used to fund vehicles. One was related to some WPS vehicles, so a transfer from them, and then another was from Animal Services. So that's the reason for that basically decrease in the deficit in 2025.
Say that again about Animal Services.
Yeah, there's basically these are one-time paper vehicles. So our capital project was budget was increased, and I speak to that later in terms of the details of the vehicles and equipment within our capital. But the funding source for those particular vehicles, those Animal Services vehicles, is a transfer from their retained earnings, their accumulated surplus. So that'll get transferred in 2025. So that's sort of a one-time increase in our revenue. And that's part of the reason why the deficit went down in 2025.
Okay. Okay.
So this next slide is the salary budget and FTEs. FTEs in 2024 were 110, and in 2025 they're 114. Again, that's that transfer of central stores from Public Works to WFMA. So those 4 FTEs are being reported here.
Okay.
And moving on to the service-based capital budget. So the capital summary, you can see here that 2024 adopted service-based capital budget for fleet was 19.174 million. The bulk of that, approximately 18 million, was for fleet acquisitions. So in 2025, we're only reporting 777,000. And again, that's because all of the fleet acquisitions are being reported in the various city services now for 2025. So I've got a slide a little later that shows those details. The 2026 to 2030 forecast does continue to include our fleet asset acquisitions for 2026 to 2030. Those are included here. And that's why we're showing 82.935 million over those over 2026 to 2030. So the key projects in our funded capital submission, our fleet asset acquisition capital program, what we did was split that between the medium, heavy, and specialty procurements and the light fleet acquisitions. So medium, heavy, and specialty for 2026 to 2030 projected at 64.05 million. Light fleet asset acquisitions are projected at 15 million over the same time period. So this is the details of the fleet asset acquisitions that are being reported by various city services. So on the left, what we're showing is those medium, heavy, and specialty fleet asset acquisitions budgeted at 18.1 million. A large percentage of that is dedicated to fire and rescue response. So there's approximately 12.1 1.65 million there. 10.2 million of that is for acquisition of 7 fire pumpers and 2.
Of what? How many?
7
7 fire pumpers.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So that's replacement of existing fire pumpers, and then 2.4 million for a ladder truck. So
That's great.
that's the bulk of the medium, heavy, and specialty.
How long does it take for those to come?
Up to 3 years.
Up to 3 years.
And they're built locally, aren't they?
The ladder is built in the States. And the pumpers and the ladder is built in the States.
I thought they were built here at Fort Garry Industries.
So there's 2 different, you're still under the contract with that company out of, what is it, Florida?
E1.
It's in the US, but.
Yes. Yes, there's.
And that you've been contracting with them now for 5 or 6 years, right?
Yes, the way we set up our tenders is that we can do up to 4 or 5 years of standing of contracts. We can renew every year. But yes, we have been.
So they were out of Winnipeg and then they tendered it out and the US came in under.
Yeah, we gotta be mindful of that after January 20th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Add some
25% there.
Add some tariffs.
Oh my God. Okay.
So the next largest under roadway snow removal and ice control. Those are that funding's projected for 3 anti-icing trucks. Just below that, under transportation planning and traffic management, is approximately $1 million for a line painting truck. And then you can see the amounts for various services below that, adding to 18.1 million. For light fleet asset acquisitions, that's on the right. Forecasted amount is 4.1 million, with the bulk of that being police services. So that's for approximately 28 WPS vehicles. So 2.349 million.
And that's SUVs, they're moving more to SUVs than sedans.
That's right.
They're SUVs. Okay.
There's light fleet amounts for other departments as well, and you can see the animal services units there. That's the 4th in the list, and that was for 3 animal services vans. And again, those are funded by way of a transfer from animal services accumulated surplus. So, with regards to capital budget changes, in 2025, we show a reduction of that fleet asset acquisition program simply because this is a service-based view. And now those procurements are the 18 million I just spoke about, plus the 4 million for 18 million for heavy fleet, 4 million for light fleet. Those are being reported in various other city services now. So we show that reduction in 2025. We do have some small adjustments between our non-fleet capital projects. So we're budgeting 777,000 for fuel site upgrades and improvements. We have an immediate need to upgrade our fuel dispensers at our fuel sites because the ones that we currently have are becoming obsolete. So we basically made a transfer between our other capital programs, shop tools and equipment, and building renovations. We've decreased those programs 2025, and we've increased the fuel site upgrades and improvements. In the other years, again, the fleet asset acquisitions, we've split that between 2 programs. So the forecasted amounts for medium, heavy, and specialty are 13 million per year, and 3 million per year forecasted for light fleet.
Hey, questions? Any questions? Any comments on this?
There are some vehicles or pieces of equipment that are outside of fleet, correct? And you know that transit has some vehicles that they use for clearing snow around their bus shelters and things like that, but they're not included in these numbers.
So they'll budget for those themselves, but we'll procure.
We procure for transit, but they just provide us an account number and they own them.
Okay.
Yes. The only thing we don't procure for transit is the buses. That's all theirs.
Any other questions for committee members? Okay, seeing none.
Do a business plan now or you come out.
No.
So there is a business plan on the agenda that we'll need to take action on later today. A number of years ago, there was a council decision that stated that these business plans should come forward at the same time as the budget. Because there is considerable overlap between the budget and the business plans. So if committee has any questions for fleet management on their business plan, we could perhaps listen to those as well.
Peter, we have in the past put them on the subsequent meeting, just to have a bit of a presentation on them also. I recall that. I don't know if you do.
Yeah, certainly if the will of the committee is
Probably
to.
gonna vote on it though today because it is, like you say, tied together with the budget.
Very similar to.
Sure.
Yeah, if committee wanted to lay these over to our next meeting, we can certainly do that too.
What's the will of the community?
I think I'd like to do that. We still have parking authority to get through for presentations, right?
Yeah.
And there's an event.
So it laid over?
When it comes up on the agenda, we'll lay it over.
Okay, all right, so, okay, all right, let's get parking authority up then. Thank you.
Thanks.
5 minutes?
Yeah, 6.
6 minutes. Okay, we're gonna take a 6-minute recess.
Let the WP get some, is that me?
Yeah,
That's me. What am I?
Speech on. Stop button. Stop. Camera.
Okay, we're reconvening our special budget working meeting on Public Works. I think we're reconvening it for the 6th or 7th time here, but it's been a big day, lots happening, and now we're winding up with the Winnipeg Parking Authority's presentation. Now, who do we have here? Where's Randy Topolinsky?
Randy sends his regrets he wasn't able to make it. He's been off sick all week. So.
Oh dear. Okay. All right. Well, you know what? We've got the people that really know the stuff. So okay. All right. We got the working
The people that run the place, right?
Exactly. Okay. All right. So, hello.
Okay, so I'm Ashley Williams, Program Manager with Parking Authority, and Mrs. Lubov. Go ahead, Lubov.
Lubov Gavrilova, Crozier, Manager of Finance.
No problem. So between the two of us, we'll be presenting our budget presentation today.
Okay.
So in terms of the agenda, we'll be going through our service highlights and business plan statements. So you'll see some information that's in our business plan within our budget presentation. Go through our performance reporting, budget highlights and overview, and on the service-based budgeting, our operating budget, our capital budget, and we don't have any reserve projections. And then we'll follow that up with any questions you may have. So this first slide here is our key achievements from 2024 that's also outlined in our business plan. So essentially, we have 3 main service lines: parking, MBA screening and adjudication processes, and vehicle for hire. So we've broken out our achievements based on those service lines. From the parking perspective, in 2024, we continue developing the Winnipeg parking strategy that will be submitted for consideration after the Transportation Master Plan is approved by Council. We've introduced an online application for residential parking permits, so really streamline the process for residents when they're applying for that. We've got about 3,200 people that apply for those permits annually. And we also implemented the new tiered rate system for those permits that was approved in the 2024 budget process. We assumed management of the city's electric vehicle public charging station. So that's at 4 locations where people can come and charge their electric vehicles. And we introduced 230 Winnipeg schools into our routing system. So that really helped us do better enforcement at schools, particularly for ensuring safety when during school days. From the Municipal Bylaw Enforcement Act, screening and adjudication process, that's the process where any bylaw that uses this legislative framework can dispute tickets through our offices. We worked on developing a new, more informative and user-friendly online screening portal. So what that really means is before people could submit online disputes for their tickets, but this is making it easier. Everything's in one spot. They can see their photos. They can submit their request for review. And we're going to be launching that probably within the next month or two. From the vehicle for hires perspective, there was a really comprehensive report that already went to standing committee for public works, and it's on its way to EPC and council this month. As you would have seen in that report, the Winnipeg Wave program was made permanent. One of the really big things that we had was a record high amount of trips with vehicle for hire at 10.2 million trips, and some improvements in training programs. And in terms of the dividend transfer in 2024, transferring 8.7 million to general revenue fund.
Okay, like we did on other presentations, are there any questions in this key achievements area?
Just on that 8.7, is that what you projected?
No, 2024, that's what's been approved that has been transferred in 2024.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite.
In 2024, that's the budget that has been approved, that $8.7 million transfer, and that's what has been transferred in 2024. It's the actual number.
You transferred, okay.
Correct.
So as time goes along in the accounting of it all, do you keep a separate account for paying out the dividend?
There's a separate account in the general ledger that is called transfer to general revenue fund. It's a separate account in there, yes.
Okay. So did it accumulate more than the budget said you were to transfer?
The budget, the next budget cycle will be reviewed and the dividends will be adjusted for 2026.
Oh, okay. All right.
Great. In terms of the forward thinking, our future plans, we're working on finalizing the Winnipeg parking strategy, as I mentioned. We are doing repairs to the Millennium Library Parkade for those high priority repair areas. We are looking at expanding bike parking in the Millennium Library Parkade and also doing some other customer service improvements to enable mobile payments, reservations at the parkade. We're also working on enabling virtual penalty notice reviews. So that's linked to the Municipal Bylaw Enforcement Act, where instead of just submitting something online and communicating with somebody via sort of email for the penalty dispute, you could do more of something like a Zoom meeting. So it has an in-person feel, but it has the convenience of doing it virtually. We're also looking at augmenting some of the streets bylaw enforcement for any vehicle related offenses like earth spilling on the street from a vehicle's wheels, for example, or a vehicle being parked across the side. We're looking at modernizing the vehicle for hire driver training programs to make that more streamlined. And we're going to be looking at transferring 8.3 million dividends in 2025 is what we're forecasting.
Is there a permit to park across the sidewalk to unload a house or anything?
I would have to look into that, but from our perspective, we're trying to just help enforcement of the streets bylaw if somebody is parked there.
Yeah.
But I do believe it is if they do not have a permit, but it's more so if they're obstructing and they're crossing the sidewalk with their vehicle.
I'll walk you through the performance reporting. So we have two different service lines in the current presentation. The first one is the parking and MBA administration. For this, as you're aware, WPA, they provide management to city-owned on-street and off-street parking. We also manage the screening and adjudication process, which involves when people not happy with their tickets, they have a chance to apply for screening, and if they're not satisfied with the result, apply for the adjudication at the end, which decision is final. So for this, we've selected, there are two goals that were included here. The first is to manage a dynamic service delivery structure for all on-street and off-street parking in order to maintain desired occupancy levels and minimize non-compliance with parking. So for this goal, we've selected a measure, a citizen satisfaction survey with the availability and convenience of the on-street parking. You could see the results kind of on the site and also like in the main portion of the slide. For the current year, our target was 60%. For 2024, our target was 60%. However, the actuals for 2024 was 70%, which is we're attributing it to the convenience of the using of the mobile app when you park on street. So that's been the highest set number that we had in many years. So second goal here is to ensure the efficiency, impartiality, and transparency of the screening and adjudication process under the Municipal Bylaw Enforcement Act. And for this goal, the measurement is the percentage of the penalty notices that would go to adjudication. As I mentioned, adjudication is the second and last step of this whole appeal process. And our target is 0.1% of penalty notices going through the adjudication. And the actuals for 2023 was 0.2, and the actuals for 2024 that's still being finalized, but they're in line with that target that we have. So our next service line is the vehicles for hire, and we provide regulatory and licensing oversight of the vehicles for hire industry, which includes taxis, limousines, personal transportation providers, and we have emphasis on safety and accessibility. Again, the goal is to provide regulatory oversight of vehicles for hire industry, and for this we've selected two measures. One is the annual vehicle for hire trips in millions. You could see our target for 2024 is 10 million trips, and then as Ashley mentioned earlier, the number for 2024 in terms of actuals was $10.2 million, 10.2 trips, which means we suppressed our target. And a second measurement here is satisfaction with the convenience, accessibility of our service via Back Wave. And our target is 95%, and the actuals for 2024 was very close to the target, 94.7%. So next slide looks at our budget overview on a service-based view. Again, there are two services, parking and MBA administration services and vehicles for hire. We have 55.2 FTEs for the parking and MBA and 9 for vehicles for hire to a total of 64.2. There is overall deficit in parking at $2 million. Vehicles for hire basically breaks even, and the capital budget in parking and MBA at sitting is $8 million. There are two. There's one department that also contributes to this, which is information and technology. 6% is being contributed to parking and 2% being contributed to VFH. So now, again, we'll look at our budget, and here it's presenting revenues and expenditures. Revenues in the pie chart is presented sales of goods and services, which is 40%, regulation fees 57%, and other smaller revenue 3%. What's included in the regulation fees, which is $15.5 million, is parking enforcement at $8.8 million, parking all sorts of permits at $3.8 million, vehicles for hire permits at almost $2 million, and non-parking fines at $700,000. Followed by goods, sales of goods and services. Most of that includes on-street parking and related permits, which is budgeted at $8.7 million. We have casual parking at $700,000 and different administrative charges at also $700,000. So in terms of expenditures, the biggest expenditure is the transfer to general revenue fund, transfer of dividends. It's making up 29% of our total expenditures. It's followed by services that is sitting at goods services sitting at $7.6 million. Mostly it's non-professional services such as enforcement services and parkade management, which is sitting at $4.7 million. There's also pay station maintenance there at $1.4 million, and total fleet cost, including fuel, at $400,000. It's followed by debt and finance charges. The biggest number there is a bad debt at $1.2 million, amortization and credit card commission. And other grants and transfers, mostly it's support for various city departments such as 311, human resources and transit. So our next slide presents the actual revenue trends. And there's various types of revenue that's included in the slide. You could see there is the blue line is the parking enforcement, just parking. Green line is on-street parking. The red line is off-street parking, and the purple one is vehicles for hire. Again, you could see that the trends, started off 2018, 2019, but for 2020, everything is kind of going down because obviously COVID pandemic, and it's increasing in 2022, 23, and 2024. For some of the things, we're getting closer to pre-pandemic levels, especially when it comes to, for example, hours purchased for the on-street parking. However, there's been different changes also, like what's affecting it, the reduction in rate that was done in 2020. So in terms of dollar values, you don't see it necessarily at the pre-pandemic levels just yet. In the corner here, we also provided the collection rate for parking enforcement and just parking enforcement. And in 2023, it was 85%, and in 2024, it's 87%. So our next slide, it's a comparison of adopted budget in 2024 to adopted budget in 2025. There you would see increase in revenues and expenditures before dividend, and mostly that's because of the inclusion of Winnipeg Wave program. And that's the inclusion in terms of revenue and expenditures, but they equal to each other. So it's basically a wash. It's mostly for presentation purposes and comparison to the actuals. You would see that in 2024 and 2025, there is a surplus before dividends that's being budgeted at $6.9 and $6.3 million. And then there's a dividend transfer to general revenue fund. And after that, there's a deficit. The same trend is for 2026 and 2027 years. There's a surplus before dividends, and there's a dividend transfer. The reason why the dividend transfer is putting us in the negative is because, as I was mentioning before, when we look at the actual results, because of the timing from a previous year, if the previous year ended up better than the budget, the extra funds being transferred a year from that year. I don't know if it makes sense, but basically, whatever was accumulated surplus is being transferred in the 2025 budget. That's why it's putting it into a negative. So next slide is a comparison of.
Can I just ask you on this, this slide? So you've got the projection for 26 and 27 for surplus before dividend. I'm just going to look at that as going down,
correct?
Not up. Now I get the parkade is probably one of the reasons it's impacting the revenue going down. But when I look at the increase in vehicles, when I look at population, I don't know, why is it going down?
I believe there are a few reasons for that. Like one of our biggest sources of income is enforcement revenue, for example.
Right.
And while the number of vehicles may increase, the fines remain the same. Not the number of fines, but the fine per offense remains the same. So that's usually, that's why you can see the revenue is kind of stagnant over years, right? Also, on-street parking rates remain the same. There's no increase in the budget for those on-street parking rates, which is also one of the significant revenue streams for us. So because of that, they're budgeted at the same level. Expenses, on the other hand, go up because of the inflation. Salaries and benefits, for example, there's a negotiated increases.
Okay, so
that
your
fuel
expenses are going up, but you're saying because the rates are staying the same, the revenue stays the same. But we do have more vehicles, like there's more vehicles.
It is, but
And we've got better technology to tag people.
We have the same amount of vehicles, but you're right, we've been increasing the amount of the ALPR units on those vehicles.
Right.
But some of it, sometimes for the enforcement revenue is influenced as well from looking back on historicals. How many RPDs, for example, are called, because we get a lot more ticket revenue for those types of events.
That's the residential.
So some of the budgeting would be based on historicals, and if we didn't have years where the RPD events took place, that could be impacting as well.
In your plan that you've been working on for a while, are there other avenues of revenue opportunities that you're looking at?
Yes. Yeah. So once we know that the transportation master plan has gotten approved, because it has some implications to what we're proposing in the policy strategy, that we would be looking at those types of opportunities. Like one example that we are looking at is enforcement on private parking lots. So in other Canadian cities are involved in that more. So that would be helping to regulate it, but an outcome of that could be increased revenue, for example. So we are looking at different opportunities to provide service that has sometimes the benefit of increased revenue.
So we'll hear these opportunities, avenues after the TMPs.
Absolutely. Like I would say that the parking strategy is going to be bigger changes, and our budget is a little bit more status quo, but we are proposing changes and looking at doing things a bit differently through the parking strategy.
When I look at other cities, I've been looking at other cities quite a bit lately in relation to their parking programs and different revenue sources. It's quite incredible. And I've been also looking at some in the States too. And I look forward to what you bring forward. So yeah. Okay, perfect. Go on.
So this slide is a comparison of what was submitted in last budget cycle to what is being submitted currently. So basically, the first line here, it shows you what it is being submitted currently. And the second line shows you what was submitted before. And the difference is basically the difference between forecast last year and submission the current year. So the biggest difference is in the 2025 year. And the reason for that is because there was an increase in dividend transfer there is an increase in dividend transfer in 2025 compared to what we projected for 2025 a year ago. And there is also decrease in the parking revenue because of the construction. So when last year's budget was submitted in 2025, it wasn't included those numbers in there, but now it's there. So this slide presents our salary budget with a full-time equivalent and vacancy management. There is no change in the FTEs. It still remains at 64.21. And the salary increases year over year is because of the, again, negotiated increases that is built into those union agreements. We have a vacancy management. One FTE is at 65,000 in the current year, 64,000 in the prior year.
Great, so we're taking you to the capital budget. In 2024, in the adopted budget, we had 920,000, and the 6-year total is 15.6 million, primarily made up for the Millennium Library Parkade repairs and also the automated vehicle license plate recognition program. So these are our two capital investments. One is the program, the automated license plate recognition program. So that is the camera system that goes onto vehicles that takes pictures of infractions while the vehicle's in motion, lets us get a lot better coverage throughout the city. We're primarily parking enforcement, but also one of the vehicles is dedicated to vehicle for hire enforcement too. Over the 2025 to 2030 period, that's a $1.9 million program. And our larger capital investment in the preliminary budget is the Millennium Library Parkade High Priority Repairs. So just as a reminder, that was in last year's budget too, and this year for 2025 to 2027, it is estimated for 13.787 million, and that is to address the structural work on one of the slabs in the parkade that has deteriorated, to replace the air handler unit, and to replace obsolete lighting system controls.
So just on the 1.9, do you want to talk a little bit about what
that money is
like
for?
you're buying cameras or what are you buying?
Yeah, so it's that program is mostly, the cost is mostly attributed to the camera systems. In the 2025 year, there is one camera system that will go on our last vehicle that doesn't have the system yet. And the other ones are just an evergreening of the camera systems that have reached the end of their life. It also has a little bit of funding in for laptops that we use to go along with the camera systems, and then some licensing and subscription.
How many do we have now in operation?
14, and we're getting one net new one on our last vehicle in this budget cycle.
Does the province fund any of this at all?
Not this one. This one comes from I believe it's in our retained earnings.
Right. So 15, and these are ones, just refresh my memory. These are ones that can be used in anywhere?
We use them all throughout the city. So we use them like in the school zones. For example, we use them for time limited parking. It's an excellent tool for scheduling like proactive patrols in those areas to go through, and it can drive through and chalk the vehicles, and then we can mail out the tickets that way. So it's a really efficient way to be ticketing in different sort of instances.
And what are the ones, I guess there's do the police patrol the school zones also?
The police can ticket for pretty much anything within the sort of the MBA, but we do a lot of the patrolling of the schools. Like that was something that we did some improvements on with the intuitive routing system that we have that schedules the day for our enforcement officers. We integrated information on all the schools that they have to go to, and then they use that to get there. So it's a good route planning tool. And then they use the ALPR system to take pictures of infractions. Often in school zones, if people are parking and obstructing sight lines, they drive off really quickly. So it works better for us to be able to take a photo with the vehicle and then mail the ticket to them.
Police use theirs a lot for suspended drivers and default on insurance.
Okay.
Do you do speeding tickets? No.
No, maybe not.
Please do speeding.
Right, that's what I was thinking of. Okay.
Oh,
got it.
sorry.
No, that's good.
But
Okay.
they also use ALPR for suspended drivers and default on insurance.
We use it also for the residential parking bans too. So we used to get about 18% of streets that needed coverage for enforcement to ticket the vehicles. And now we're up to closer to 80% using the ALPR. So it's a lot more efficient to get out to support the snow clearing operation.
So what 80% of what? Like
of the streets that need enforcement. So we're a support role to the street maintenance division. They tell us the streets that we need to go to do enforcement, to get the vehicles off before they go plow. And we're able to get to a lot more of those streets now using the ALPR than when we had people manually going out. And this is our capital budget changes. Primarily the changes you see here over a 6 year, that's 537,000 is really attributable in the most part due to increased installation costs of the ALPR systems into the vehicle. So we've got an increase in those costs here that's reflected. And that is the end of our budget presentation.
Okay. Exciting. Any questions? Comments? No? Okay. So what are we gonna do with the plans now? What do we want to deal with them?
The business plans?
The business plan.
Laid them over.
Oh, you laid them over when I wasn't
We
here?
didn't vote on it?
No, we didn't move any motions, no.
We just discussed doing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
If we
so
wanted to hear them at all, next time we do that often where they'll run through a bit of a presentation.
I guess then what the question is, do you want to lay over the business plans until the next Public Works meeting, which the next Public Works meeting is short, so I might be
Yeah,
good.
let's, yeah, see that.
Even though they're tied to the budget, can we do that and it not like with the passing of everything?
Yes, yeah, there are some business plans for other SOAs that went to other committees that are going forward to council this month.
Right.
But this committee can lay over these two business plans. So
Yeah, we can do that.
desire.
Okay, let's do that because we still have to deal with our motions and our other stuff, so.
Yes.
Okay, let's do, who wants to do a motion? Do we do a motion to lay them over now or?
Well, we
deal with the
can,
budget?
we certainly can, but we can go through everything as it is laid out on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Finding
Thank
authority,
you.
folks, thank you.
So for item one,
Okay.
which is the presentations, we don't need to move any motions.
Okay.
So we can start with item number two. So these are budget referral items, items 2 through 7. The departments have outlined in their presentations whether or not these are included in the budget or not. So we can go through them individually, or we can have one motion to receive them all as information.
Well, some of them we've got in the budget, so.
Did you say 2 through 5, Peter?
2 through 7.
Okay, because 6 Arlington Bridge has something separate on it.
Well, these are budget
Budget
referrals. Yeah, so essentially they're here as reminders. These have already gone through their committees and or council.
And it said in there yes or no.
So we can receive them all as
Yeah.
information.
Okay, so
Yes.
I can move that.
Okay, Councilor Sharma is moving that to receive items 2 through 7 as information. All in favor? Carried. Okay, now,
That
because
doesn't-
we're gonna make motions on. Okay.
Actually,
Yes.
hold on, was one of those the requests from property and development regarding transit? 1 point whatever million about Portage and Main?
That is not on our agenda.
Well, it's not on
No,
our
it's
agenda.
not our agenda.
Oh, did we vote? I think we voted to do it. Anyway, okay, never
Not
mind.
the budget itself,
I'm on that committee, so
So now the
I
budget.
can't remember what we did with it.
the operating first.
Okay, so now we're going to make our motions. We're gonna vote on our motions.
That's correct. So we have the operating and the capital budget in front of us. So there are amendments on both the operating and the capital, so we have to go through them individually. So we'll go through the amendments first.
Okay.
So the one amendment that I have on the operating budget is the deletion of recommendations 1AA and 1AAI, and that is to do with the pilot project on the snow clearance, as is moved by Councillor Lukes. So
Chair there, Councilor
Yeah.
Chambers. Okay. So I'll move the motion then on eliminating the pilot project.
Yeah, I'll just do my last little bit on it. Is that,
Okay, that's my motion.
yeah, I'll actually be supporting Councillor Luke's motion. But again, I'll give my proviso if the complaint is, well, there's no side, anyway. Whether it is 10 inches or 15 inches, the cars still compress it and the wheelchair users would still be able to use it. So, but I believe, I didn't ask it, but it sounds like it really isn't going to save any money. So why would we do that? So I'll be supporting.
Any other comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur as well. I did put some comments on the record earlier. I did hear from residents in my ward and from various other wards, and it's just not something folks are comfortable with right now. We don't really know what the savings are going to be and worried about mobility issues, et cetera. So same as the comments I made before. I'll be supporting the motion. Thanks for bringing it forward, and thanks for the discussions we had recently on it.
Okay, and just for the public record as well, I'm supporting canceling the pilot project. 15 centimeters is half a foot, 6 inches. And if it is about those with mobility challenges, while trying to keep our streets safe during the most pretty much unsafe time with snow and as mentioned earlier, our climate is changing in it that, during the daytimes when we're seeing melting conditions and then as it freezes overnight, it becomes very slippery. So Adding snow to that, I think, is just a dangerous mix. So, those are my comments for the public record, so I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
Okay, all right, that's the operating budget motion that we've put forward for the Public Works budget. Now the next one.
Yeah, so I don't believe there's any other amendments to the capital budget, so now we will need a motion to approve the operating budget as amended and recommending it to EPC.
Okay. All
So
right.
moved, Madam Chairperson.
Councillor Edi moves that. All right, all in favor? Carried.
Okay, then on the capital side, we have Councillor Edi's motion, which is for the Arlington Bridge.
$20 million.
That's right. So the recommendations are, one, that a new capital project be created for the demolition and detailed design work related to the replacement of the Arlington Bridge for $20 million to be authorized in 2026 capital forecast. Two, that capital expenditures in the amount of 20 million be authorized for the Arlington Bridge in 2025 or prior to the adoption of the 2026 capital budget as a first charge against the general capital fund in accordance with subsection 288(2) of the City of Winnipeg Charter to facilitate timely work on this project. And three, that funding in the amount of 10 million be added to the 2027 capital budget forecast for the decommissioning of the existing Arlington Bridge.
So it is 30, but anyway, I added the 10 on. Mr. Neri pointed out that without that, the bridge isn't going to come down. So the planning will happen with the 20 million and continue design, getting to a better cost estimate. So we know what we need to get from other levels of government in order to replace it. It does the way we're doing it, but we do have budget goals happening here. The 10 million and 27 should be able to work out, but the only downside to this way is that instead of going to whole 30 million in 26, is we have a 1-year extension to replace the bridge, which, 2031, that's what, 6 years, right? So.
So for clarification, help just clarify for me whether we were still supposed to receive a report back from the public service on Arlington Street Bridge?
The report is on there.
It is?
Any of the finance costs, like the motion we're moving here, the recommendation, this is going to EPC. I have had a discussion with their stuff. The detail will get worked out at EPC, according to whether EPC is going to support this method or not. But I do know that the mayor does want to get something done regarding the Arlington Bridge. So.
And then I guess at that point, we'll decide if we get a report back. We should have a report back at some point, right? So it sounds like there's some, because this wasn't in the budget process at all, there'll probably be some other things to work out. Kind of hard to work it all out in public works.
Well, it was referred to the.
Well, it was, but it wasn't when the budget working group did it. So,
yeah, that's right.
So, okay, so that's great, Ross. That's good motion. That's positive.
We have to.
I'll be supporting the motion, Madam Chair. I appreciate the work Councillor Edi's put into it. He's spoken many times. I've spoken at this committee about the important connection Arlington Bridge provides. We've got to move this forward somehow.
Yeah.
And as you say, well, there may be some tweaks we need to make before the council vote. But
well, I think it shows intent to other levels of government too, that it is one of the projects we want to work on, right? So.
Yeah, the advantage of doing it this way, rather than the city going the whole amount, which we couldn't do, is that we have time to convince the province and the federal government that they should be helping us, because actually, you want to talk about economic growth, this city grew because that rail yard sits there today, and the province and the feds made lots of money, lots of dough, income taxes, all kinds of stuff they brought in because of that. So
I think the province has a good idea, the importance of this as well, the MLAs in the area and beyond. but it signals as you say, the importance if we're,
That the city is wanting to go ahead with this.
that's right. Good question, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that's all the comments and all. Okay, so all in favor of Councillor Eady's motion on the Arlington Street Bridge?
Aye.
Okay, supported.
Then Councillor Chambers has a motion with the Lash Modier Twin Overpass Rehabilitation Project. So that one is therefore that the preliminary 2025 capital budget under the purview of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works be amended to authorize capital expenditures in the amount of 20 million for the Lash Modier Twin Overpasses Rehabilitation in 2025 or prior to the adoption of the 2026 capital budget as a first charge against the general capital fund in accordance with subsection 288(2) of the City of Winnipeg Charter to facilitate timely work on this project.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay,
And then we need someone to move a motion to approve the capital budget as amended and forward it on to EPC for consideration.
So
Okay.
moved.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Right, and then we need to deal with the business plans.
Okay.
So if the intent is to lay both over, we can do that via one motion as well.
Lay over to the next meeting, Madam Chair.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I'll move adjournment.
Okay. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, thank you, Public Works Committee, for another wonderful wind-up to the budget meeting. A big day, lots covered, lots discussed. Very good. Thank you.